perfectly, but we try to do our best. I will ask also my two colleagues who gave the welcome remarks from the NATO Defense College Foundation to sit here, perhaps, so to facilitate our proceedings. Mon général, bonjour. Si vous voulez vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît. Grazie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this conference dedicated to the Arab region. Welcome to everybody, to those who have traveled from abroad, to such a good group of speakers, and to this distinguished audience. We are honored by the presence of His Excellency Abul Gait, who is the Secretary General of the Arab League, a leader of clarity and vision, whom we know since some time. The Foundation has the established tradition to regularly devote an event to this part of the world. And every time we publish a book giving complete information about the discussion. The title of today's conference suggests that fragmentation seems to be a general feature in the region. And we advance the idea that this is a trap and that the Arab people and their friends should work for a positive exit. The arc of crisis that we witnessed in recent years has to be transformed into an arc of opportunities. The so-called Caliphate has lost its dimension, territorial dimension, but other threats are looming at the horizon, and perhaps the same organization may reappear in a different dimension. On the other hand, there is a wealth of humanity in the Arab region that deserves our best wishes, and we cannot forget. We face a great world in flux that requires us to take a long view towards a new horizon in our history. And these historical developments remain in the hands of people who must take their own choices. It is for the Arabs to take their destiny in their hands and for them only. It is clear in our mind that the vast historical Arab region has an enormous positive potential. Its future is critical, especially for the Europeans, and countries like Italy sharing the same waters, the same skies, perhaps also the same dreams. Our democracies cannot be only spectators in a complicated world. The key question that I have, that many people, many friends have in mind, is that we want to help, but the question is, how should we do it in a concrete and friendly manner? Which is the way to do that? What's the proper way of doing it? Perhaps a bottom-up approach, made the projects using the tools of the civil society? How to be a real support without interfering? We hope that the discussion of today will help to find some answers. An essential way to advance international governance is by dialogue. In this context, we like to use, at NATO, at our foundation, the key concept of cooperative security. And it should be a priority, tirelessly pursued. It is also logical and evident that in today's environment, we need an in-depth reading of facts and a wise analysis. Evidence is that we cannot divide the issues at stake according to diplomatic practice and tradition. Problems as well as solutions are interconnected in an unprecedented way, as we all know very well. The actors can be also very different, as the emergence of non-state organization is showing amply. The philosophy of the Foundation is to give voice as much as possible to women and men of the countries concerned. They know better than anybody what is the needs, what's in their hearts, what is in their minds. We know that we have in front of us a vast universe that is impossible to translate in simplistic formulas. Therefore, we have done our best today to provide a good framework for an honest and high-level discussion. Today, we have convened here at Lewis University the best possible expertise we can think of, the gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in front of me. And I thank everybody who has accepted our invitation to come to Rome. May be a natural place to discuss about the larger Mediterranean. Our philosophy is to encourage dialogue, that often has different points of view, but always in respect and recognition of the other. Diversity is an asset and not a liability. I thank very much the Political and Security Division, a cornerstone of NATO, for its generosity. Special thanks go to Philip Morris International for its invaluable and well-placed support. I thank everybody who has helped to prepare such an event, starting with the boys and girls and the director of our foundation. And then finally, I'm grateful to the Secretary General of the Arab League, I repeat that, and I wish him the best in his important responsibility, and we are honored by his friendship. I thank you very much for your kind attention. I think this is enough for my initial remarks. We have a long day. I would like now to give the floor to my colleague at the NATO Defense College Foundation to give, not foundation, only Defense College for the time being, for this welcome remark, please.
Thank you very much, Excellence. Bonjour, buonasera, sabah al-khair, good afternoon. My name is David Pincé. As you can recognize from my accent, I am French. I'm French Air Force, and I'm currently working since 2 years at the NATO Defense College in Rome. And my job is more or less to organize and execute all the many courses. So I'm very impressed and honored to be here in front of you, in front of such a distinguished audience. So I am very humble with the few words I will say now. Of course, as a NATO officer, I have to say that we apply the Chatham House rule, and my words are only expressing my own opinion, neither the NDC nor the official NATO one. So, Excellence, ministries, distinguished guests, and with a special greetings to Ambassador Al Boudawi from Kuwait and Nicolas de Santis, my colleague from the NATO HQ in Brussels. I believe that the theme of today is already a challenge by itself. Arab geopolitics after the Caliphate and how to exit the fragmentation trap. So lots of questions. Is the Arab world really post-Caliphate today? How do you define the Arab world? Is it limited to Middle East? Is it limited to Middle East and North Africa? Defeating troops on the ground and regaining territories was a great achievement. Is it enough today? From the Durand Line, the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, to the West Sahel in Mauritania, even Far East Asia, the Caliphate still resonates. It is probably possible to identify the trend or continuity as radicalized extremist groups are present along this arc of instability. But the roots, the reasons of this instability and insecurity are different. The objectives of those groups, whether they are called freedom fighters or terrorists, are to some extent also different. Al-Qaeda, Daesh, Ansar Din, Boko Haram, Moro Liberation Front have some commonalities and pretend to share common roots, but they are also in direct rivalry or even in direct confrontation when seeking for local power or influence. Some are fighting for what they call a juste cause. Some have economic interest, but at the end, hundreds of thousands of families are living in insecurity and are not able to plan for their future and to work to build a better life for their children. And as a consequence, millions are fleeing the wars, oppression, poverty as refugees and migrants. As human beings, as a nation, as an international organization, we should ask ourselves, what can we do to improve the situation of those persons, those families? How to relieve now the pain and the suffers, and how to tackle the roots of these situations. There is, of course, not one solution, as each region, each country of this arc of instability has its own dynamic and challenges. Does the international community have the right understanding of the situation? Has the international community Are we able to set common goals, to have a concerted, coordinated approach and course of action? The solutions have to come first from the region, inside the countries, with the appropriate support from international community. But the current reality is that many external actors are still playing their own cards and own national interest. Russia, China, USA, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Israel, UN, EU, France, Italy, to name just a few. The politicization and radicalization of religion is one of the important factors, but it's not the only one. And let's keep in mind that in Europe, in the Middle Age, religion was also used for political reasons, crusades, inquisitions, and colonization. There are also enduring ethnic tensions unsolved. Palestinian people, the Kurds, Houthis, Yazidis, and many others. People's expectations and priority are different from one region to the other. Freedom, democracy, rule of law, basic services, job, education. The pressure of mass migration is also a potential destabilizing factor for the neighboring countries, with side effects far from the countries of departure if you consider the migration crisis in Europe and, as a consequence, the expansion of populism in Western Europe. I do hope that dialogue and consultation, which are the core of UN, EU, and NATO modus operandi, will allow a better understanding how to address those challenges. Very modestly, the NATO Defense College is supporting this effort. The principal objectives of our two main courses, the senior course and NATO Regional Cooperation course, are described by our founder, General Eisenhower, who wrote in 1951, there is a high priority requirement to develop individuals, both on the military and the civilian side, who will have a thorough grasp of the man-complicated factors which are involved in the problem of creating an adequate defense posture. We must constantly be on the lookout for individuals who are capable of adapting themselves to this new environment, and we will find it possible in a reasonably short time to broaden their outlook and to grasp the essential of this challenging problem sufficiently. Since more than 10 years, the NDC hosted 1,200 participants from broader MENA region to promote exchanges, to promote mutual understanding through consultation and dialogue amongst persons, military and civilians, with different culture, different history, different background, in order to develop a net of friends and officials from the 29 NATO nations and about 15 broader MENA partner nations. I am looking for the next discussion, and I thank you for your attention.
So, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to bring you a warm welcome to all the organizers of the conference and to the audience. Here I'm representing the institutions, the hosting institutions, Louis, so I would like to welcome you even from the warden, from the political science department which I represent, and from Louis University as a whole. We are very proud, actually, to host this kind of conference, this kind of meetings for several reasons. First of all, because Arab geopolitics is one of key topics in international relations as a whole, and I saw the program and even the way in which it is organized. I think as a university professor, it offers very good range of analysis, because you will see the institutional side, the economic side, the geopolitical one of a crucial area, as I was saying, for international relations as a whole, but in particular for Italy and for the Mediterranean area. we are, as a university, LUIS is a very university engaged in relations with other institutions, and the idea is to train the future ruling class. Actually, not only Italian one, but even European. We are very internationalized as a university, and so we would like to stress the importance of several aspects you will deal during the conference, which is like diplomacy, security, and the Mediterranean area as a whole. And in our department, in the political science department, now we have even a new course or master program exactly devoted to these three key issues, so diplomacy, security, and the Mediterranean, which is actually our goal. We have also other project that goes all around the university, but our project concerning the Mediterranean is to analyze with our students and, as I was saying, to train a new ruling class for strengthening the role of Europe in the dialogue, in the Euro-Mediterranean dialogue, to strengthen the cooperations, the economic and political cooperations in the Euro-Mediterranean area, and also to promote, to increase the contact, the relations among the local entrepreneurs and European diplomacy, representatives of several universities engaged, and to train, as I was saying, students to be responsible and to be more prepared, to be ready to cope with the new challenge on the community in the Mediterranean area. We already have, as I was saying, we have the offer from the point of view of the master degree program, but we also have one project, which is the Mediterranean project that we started a few years ago, and it is founded and financed by LUIS and by Fondazione Terzo Pilastro Internazionale, which is very important. This is why, it's very important for us even to listen directly your point of view on this subject, and we can learn and then transmit even to our students even different perspective on such topics. So. I'm really, as I was saying, I'm really glad and really proud of these organizations, and I leave the floor to my colleague for his remarks. Thank you very much to everyone for being here.
Thank you very much. Well, we have finished with the welcome remarks. This is just to provide a framework for the discussion. One thing, what in Italian we say, una comunicazione di servizio. For those who wish to have an Italian translation, the equipment is available. So, you can do it if you don't want to hear in English. And then there will be a coffee break, which will be available when described in the program. But those who feel the need for a coffee or a glass of water, they can also afterwards continue to go and they will find it. So this is good. Now we'll start. I think there is, nobody can be better than Mr. Mahmoud Jibril to start this discussion. He is a former Prime Minister of Libya, a man for whom I have the highest personal esteem, because he has really a great mind. He's really a man of vision, and he has tried to do his best. He's still trying to do his best to enlighten a little bit a certain part of the Mediterranean. So he will give the initial remarks, and I'm very proud to give the floor to our friend, if I may say so, Mahmoud Jibril, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you for the invitation, for you and your team. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. They have asked me to give the opening remarks, and I hope they don't regret it. Well, what I'm going to share with you, just a few ideas that are subject to criticism, to modification, because they are still in the process of being made. I would argue at the very beginning that most of the problems that face policy makers and strategists is that they don't differentiate between drivers of history and strategic trends. This is a very faulty mistake. When we talk about drivers of history, for instance, we talk about population. We talk about this eternal marriage between technology and capital, which has resulted in what's called the ultra-symbolic economy, virtual economy, where bonds, stock markets are the name of the game. Unfortunately, most of the futurists, I claim to be one of them, are trying hard to call the attention of every decision maker in our beloved area in the Arab world that, please, we are facing a new world, that even our tools of conceiving of those changes that are shaping the new world, even our tools are not relevant anymore. Our structures are not relevant. I would say that what we have inherited after World War II, 1945, the United Nations is talking about states, talking about nations. They don't talk about the individual. They don't talk about groups. The international law doesn't talk about the individual. It talks about states. While in the equation between state and society, since late 80s until this moment we are talking about, this very specific moment, society started to take a predominance over the state. And as you can see, the state is striking back, sometimes under the banner of nationalism, or as Mr. Trump put it, patriotism, vis-a-vis globalization. A globalization, whether we like it or not, is siding on the side of the individual and the group. Just moments ago, we've been hearing about the Houthis, hearing about Daesh, hearing about Qaeda, hearing about Osama bin Laden. Those are the big headlines in our news and in our newspaper. It's a new world. But we did not develop a new type of thinking that can grasp and deal with this new world and take part in shaping it. Having said that, we cannot talk, for instance, about illegal immigration or international organized crime without talking about this exponential increase in African population. By 2050, it's going to be exceeding 2 billion people. No less than 360 million people, young people, will be marching north looking for jobs by 2050. This is the crux of the matter. But to deal with it, just in Coast Guard lenses, believe me, you have to count your bullets, because you won't have enough bullets by the year 2050. Therefore, it's a new type of thinking. To talk about state and society, and this, what's called the Arab Spring, which took place since late 2010, early 2011, it's just a symptom of those new drivers of history. It's not the real thing. We did not look at the underlying causes, why this took place during those times, why it did not take place in the 60s, why it did not take place in the 50s or early 70s. It took place then because a new type of generation is in existence, a new generation which is connected to different parts of the world, that no borders, no ideology, no police can prevent it from connecting. So the core issue today is connectivity. The core issue is ultra-symbolic economy. 54% of world economies, especially industrial economies, have shifted to service economies. Instead of producing and manufacturing. It's shifting to service economy. Why? Because it's a very fast, effective payoff in terms of profit. And the individual became so empowered that by a push of a button, he can transfer his money from one stock market to another without the intervention of banks. That's why I'm saying all the structures have to be revisited. Do we need new structures? Do we need a new thinking to think about this new world that's, I don't know whether we are shaping it or it's shaping us. Having said that, let me take Libya as an example. I would argue that after World War II, most Arab countries have managed to build regimes, not states, with a few exceptions here and there. Therefore, in the case of Libya, there was a regime, there wasn't a state. So when the regime fell down, we turned into a stateless society. There was no society. With the extreme attitude of Gaddafi, who managed to dismantle every institution before 2011, and everything was totally related to him and to his will, what he wants and what he acts. Therefore, unfortunately, our friends, Nicola is sitting here from NATO, he remembers 2011, October 2011, before I resigned. I said, please don't leave Libya. Libya is not Egypt. Libya is not Tunis. It's different. We became a stateless society. Please stay till we rebuild our institutions, because that's the hardest task. Unfortunately, I got the answer from Mr. Rasmussen at that point. Mission accomplished. Tribal society, lots of money, weapons all over the place, though the recipe for a civil war was there from day one. And we did not pay attention to the fact that this is a stateless society. Even the successive attempts by the UN to find a political solution was governed by the Western literature, because, and the UN vocabularies, that we assumed that there is a state. So we started developing a governance structure by talking about State Council, HOR, the GNA, Government of National Accord. This is a governance structure for a state that doesn't exist. Therefore, a huge dichotomy and a widening gulf became in Libya between power and authority. We have lots of authorities. GNA is an authority. HOR is an authority. State Council is an authority. But power is outside those authorities. Power is with those who carry arms in their shoulders, whether you call it an army or you call it militia. Power is with those who own the media, who shape the public opinion in the society. But those authorities are helpless. And unfortunately, different representatives, different envoys of the UN, they keep talking to those authorities. And we keep talking about, we're going to create another government, a government of national unity. To do what? Without having the tools to govern. That's the real issue. Therefore, it was natural to have a fragmentation after those Arab Springs took place, simply because the national integration process, which should be the function number one of any regime after World War II, was not accomplished. So when the regime fell down in Libya, those small entities came out as a frame of reference. Tribe, city, and everybody is using it to get his share of the wealth, because that's the crux of the matter in Libya. Don't forget that Libya is the only oil-producing countries in the 5 countries which have witnessed an Arab Spring or uprisings. Therefore, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse with this strategic location, with this immense amount of wealth, with a stateless society, We have different countries have their own interests in Libya. Some of them, their national security is tied to what's taking place in Libya. Nevertheless, we always look at Libya as if there is a state there and we are dealing with it. Our real job is to create the state first, and then we create a governance structure for it. Create that state by a consensual process among those real players on the ground, not artificial ones. Some of them were created by what's called international legitimacy, or the legitimacy of the international community. But they have no legitimate base inside. No political base, no military base, no social base, even as a tribe or something. That's the crux of the matter. If you approach any attempt to find a solution, a conflict resolution in any place, first step is to look at the balance of power on the ground. Unfortunately, we did not look at the balance of power on the ground. We looked at the direction that we wanted to look at. Therefore, I would argue that because of this changing world, two competing forces will continue to compete. First of all, when we talk about the end of the caliphates, we have to differentiate between political Islam regimes and political Islam movements. A regime might fall down, like what happened in Egypt, like the diminishing power in Nahda and Tunis. Last results, is completely different from the results in 2011 and 2014. 89 seats, 69 seats, and now they ended up 40 seats. But the movement is still there, and it's penetrating the society. So it's not just say, no, they are out of power. They are out of power, but they are still in the society. So the real issue is not only to have guns. No, you have to have guns, but also as you kill people, try feeding them and giving them knowledge. Feed them food and feed them knowledge. Because in the future, you might not need bullets to kill those people. Unfortunately, until this moment, we did not develop a model of a modern state that inclusive enough for its people, democratic enough for its people, under the rule of law, where everybody can find his vested interest to protect that state. That's a job for the Arabs. And it's, as my friend the ambassador said in his opening statement, it's in the hands of Arabs, not in the hands of anybody. As one Sufi philosopher, Shamsuddin Tabrizi, once said, how on earth can a little seed comprehend and know that it carries within itself a huge tree? We have a huge tree within ourselves, but we did not recognize it. Unfortunately, in the Libyan case, we became totally dependent on foreign players. Totally dependent. We did not have a chance to listen to ourselves as Libyans. We listen about each other from others. Stereotypes and images against each other. We've been classified. Those are seculars. Those are non-believers. Those are Muslims. Those are liberals. My God, before 2011, there was no political streams of thought. There was no parties. When did this happen? It's after 2011. These are just channels for foreign penetration. And it's for us as Libyans to take things in our hands. And I cannot blame any foreign player to intervene in Libya because, as Martin Luther King, nobody can get on your back unless you bend down. We've been down so badly. So badly. So if we can help come up with a specific proposition to at least minimize the fragmentation in the future, So, assuming that this conflict comes to an end, I would suggest two things. First, for those foreign players, why don't they have mega joint projects in Libya with a partnership with the main regional power? Why, for Eni and Total, don't have a joint venture with Egypt, with Algeria, with Morocco and Libya? So they have a joint vested interest in Libya, instead of fighting each other as Eni and Total on Libyan soil. Why can't we have mega projects with European technology and Libyan money on Libyan soil to create the biggest transformational training hub in the history of mankind on Libyan soil, to recycle those young Africans and acquire them the necessary skills and knowledge according to the needs of the European economy till the year 2035. I presented this project to Lady Ashton in 2009, and she liked that very much, and she was very willing to go for it. Unfortunately, Gaddafi turned it down. That's how you deal with illegal immigration or international. You give him an economic alternative. For us in Libya to achieve more unity and fight fragmentation, we suggested to have what we call cross-tribe, cross-city mega projects, where the sons of victims from both tribes or both cities are shareholders in this new project. So you can expect in this area of continuous tic-tac between state and society. It's going to last for a while. It's not going to end soon. Terrorism is not going to end soon. It might take new forms. And don't rule out that after they are done with their incubators, whether in Libya and Syria, that they're going to move into European soil. And the early indicators in France. So having a fortress country is not going to serve you, as Mr. Trump said. It's by realizing and recognizing that this is a new world, that we have to deal with it differently, by more inclusiveness, by more participation, by more development for those countries, so the level of poverty can be lowered down. Last year, 821 millions. And this is against what the 2030 vision of the United Nations, 821 million under the line of poverty. Therefore, to conclude, I would say more knowledge, more openness, more participation for the young people, building a new economies compatible with this new global economy, especially in our countries in the region, started by positioning your economy within the regional and a global economy to discover the competitive edge first. Don't start building before you discover your competitive edge in a comparative manner. Because the moment you discover your competitive edge, the identity of your economy is defined. At that point, you can decide the type of education you have to acquire to your students so they can sustain the competitiveness and sustainability of growth of that economy. You know where to build cities. You know where to pave the roads. This is how the economies are built. But for us, it's decisions, and we are moving in a circle since 1945. And from time to time, we sit among ourselves as Arabs, and we compare ourselves. Why Singapore managed to cross to the New World? Why South Korea managed to South Korea? Because we did not have the right first step. We just start moving in a certain road, and in the middle of the road, we discover that we got the wrong direction, and we start all over again. So it's about time to end this fragmentation, to have common interest in the future by building those projects, talking about identity in a tribal society, in a stateless society, is a baseless argument for the time being. We have to take a first step by building common interests first before talking about national identity. Because the national identity, until now, it's just a function of passport and ID. Since real citizenhood, it's a matter of building a new culture, building a new education, building a new economy when everybody have vested interest in it. At that moment, any citizen, any part of any city in any Arab country, whatever takes place in that country, he feels that it is his own responsibility. And out of his own belonging and his own loyalty to his own citizenship, he will defend this country. And I think that's the ultimate objective. It's a 1,000-mile road, but it should start with one step. Not only one step, one correct step. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you to Mr. Jibril. Of course, you feel what you say. I mean, these things are in your heart, and of course, we like it. Now, I think that the first panel could come to the floor, and we have a long afternoon in front of us, so please try to be as, how can I say, concise as possible so that we succeed in having the timetable more or less accomplished. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to thank our main speakers for their insightful speeches, which set the tone for our conference. Today, I was hoping to be able to provide you with good news from our Arab region. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Basically, it feels like we try to take one step forwards, and then we take 2 or maybe 3 or maybe 4 steps backwards. Unfortunately, we have lots of examples, mainly the Saudi Aramco attack, which was considered both by the Americans and the Saudis as an act of war by Iran. A war between these countries would not only lead to more destruction in the region, but also it could have an impact on global economy. And we don't want that, of course. So it's essential to work together and rebuild the region, as the title of this session suggests. Allow me first to introduce my distinguished panelists. We have Mr. Nicolas de Santis, Head Engagement Section, Public Diplomacy Division, NATO, Headquarters, Brussels. Welcome. Mr. Mohannad Haj Ali, Director of Communication and Fellow, Carnegie Middle East Center, Beirut. Hello. Ahmed Msaade, former Secretary General, the Union for the Mediterranean, Amman. And last but not least, Ian Lesser, Vice President, Executive Director, Transatlantic Center, the German Marshall Fund of the US, Brussels. So welcome. And of course, well, basically, we have one main question that we hope through the discussion to answer. And maybe Dr. Jibril called for a common work, for common interest, to find common interest in order for us to rebuild the region. And the question would be about the role of the external actors and also the international community. And here we're talking about the UN, we're talking about NATO, and also the EU, in order to provide useful platform allowing the key interest of global and regional actors be channeled into the rebuilding of the country. So we hope through the discussion we'll find some solutions or maybe some common interest and common ground. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we'll open the floor to questions and answers at the end of the discussion, but we will begin with hearing some few remarks from our panelists, and we'll start with Mr. DeSantis. Please.
Thank you very much. I would like, first of all, to thank Ambassador Minuto Rizzo for pulling together this event, and most generally for the work that he has done throughout the years to promote, I would say, not only a better understanding between the two sides of the equation, but also for his commitment to advancing cooperation. And this is also an important part. There's so many friends here, so let me just thank the Secretary General of the League of Arab States and Dr. Mahmoud Jibril. Mr. Abu Ghait was the foreign minister of Egypt when the cooperation between NATO and the countries in the Mediterranean dialogue, which is the cooperative framework of NATO's engagement with this region, started. In fact, he took an active role in promoting this. With Dr. Jibril, we knew each other during NATO operation in Libya. We were very much in touch day and night, and I think, you know, you only give me a few minutes here, 7 minutes, to touch upon the many facets of what you've done. So let me isolate 3 aspects. The first one is you're talking about the Caliphate, because I have to stick with what you asked us to do. The Caliphate has gone in the sense that the attempt to build a state has gone, a state that would not be neither Islamic, neither would be able to impose itself to the region, but the ideology behind this is still there. Mahmoud Jibril touched it upon. So we need to look at this dimension, because this will, I would argue, that will take a generational challenge, a challenge which has to do with education, which has to do with something that we in the other side of the Mediterranean cannot deal with, which is the correct interpretation of Islam. Avoid that a beautiful religion is hijacked by people that historically, like it has always been in the history, unfortunately, of our region, because it is our region, I come originally from Italy, has always been the attempt to misuse religion for political purposes. So this challenge is there, and we have to deal with it. And of course, this involves different aspects: education, fighting the finance flows of these groups, and so forth. Then there's a second dimension, which is, let me also say, and this challenge, the ideological challenge, the radicalism and the ideologies of hate today, because of the spread, and you said it, of new technologies. Think about artificial intelligence. Today, concepts such as hypervelocity, hypersonic, hyperwar are entering not only our vocabulary, but also our political discourse. So we have a challenge there, hybrid warfare. Second aspect, the socioeconomic imbalances. I do believe that the major source of instability, at least in the area which goes from the Maghreb to the Mashriq, will be the challenges Dr. Jibril alluded to. Low economic growth, high level of employment, younger generations which want more jobs, they want to live like when they go on satellite televisions, the rest of the world lives. Why can't I have that? That triggered the Arab revolutions. I don't like the term Arab Spring. We can come back to that. So those revolutions, people wanted to have the same rights, the same opportunities that others had. The third is, what do we do about it? From Libya to Syria to Iraq, the problem is today that the major actors of the international community on a multilateral level haven't been able to help move from crisis management to crisis resolution. We need to solve this crisis because they affect us all. And we can debate about this. I can't develop because of this clock which is ticking. So this is a fundamental aspect which has to do with multilateral transnational cooperation. And here we have to look, of course, at what you said in the introduction. What is the role of the international community? What is the role of the United Nations? What is the role of the EU? What is the role of NATO? Let me tell you about the role of NATO. We can come back to the other actors there. First of all, we need a complementarity of efforts between all of these international institutions. And second is the idea of partnership. In 1991, at the Rome Summit, NATO launched this idea of cooperative security. And we developed it for 25 years. This year is the 25th anniversary of the Mediterranean Dialogue and the 15th anniversary of our engagement, the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, with the countries in the Arab Gulf. So cooperation, political dialogue, practical cooperation, assisting countries in strengthening their institutions, in our field, the defense and security, sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, is a fundamental aspect. Now, I think that institutions building where institutions do not exist, case of Libya, strengthening those institutions and the resilience of institutions that exist but are fragile because of spillover conflict, because of the inherent causes of this fragility, is a fundamental aspect in this equation, and each institution can play a role. The United Nations can play a role. The League of Arab States can play a role. The European Union. NATO is not a socio-economic institution, but the socio-economic dimension is very strong within the European Union. And NATO can do its bit, which is helping strengthen defense institutions building, defense capacity building, but connecting also the interoperability, not only of armed forces, the interoperability of minds, because there's a cultural dimension in all of this. What we've been able to do, 30 seconds, has been to create a new culture of cooperation between NATO and the countries in the Arab, I would say, world, but also with Israel, which is part of the Mediterranean dialogue. A culture of cooperation in the security sphere, which was not a given that we would be able to do. Today, we have individualized program of partnership and cooperation with 12 countries in this region since 2006. So we have a lot to build. I have 0 seconds there. I will stop here. Thank you.
By the way, I didn't mention the 7 minutes because I wanted to give you extra time, so I can give you 1 minute if you want.
Okay. What was the issue? Sorry, I didn't.
I said I didn't mention the 7 minutes in front of the
No,
audience.
but I was looking at the stopwatch.
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to give you extra time.
Give me some anxiety. You want to give me a little bit more?
minute.
Let me say one thing about Libya. It's something we worked day and night. At some point, you and I were speaking, Dr. Jibril, I was speaking more with you, also because I was not going home during those nights, and with my wife, although not with the same intimacy. I would like, for your record, to clarify this aspect. It's true, the Secretary General Rasmussen at the time said we cannot proceed any further. I want to highlight that each time I accompanied the Secretary General Rasmussen to the Friends of Libya ministerial meeting, heads of state and government meeting, you always told everybody it's the day after which is important. You had a plan for building institutions, economic institutions, education, and so forth. And you asked the international community not to leave Libya. But the issue is not for NATO. NATO had a clear mandate, this I would like to say. And I also want to stress the Secretary General Rasmussen, in all of the meetings that he had with heads of state and government, tried to pose the issue of the day after. But international organizations do not have a life of their own. We are international civil servants. The Secretary General is the highest international civil servant. Truth is, there was no political will to get engaged at that time on the ground, yet in another conflict. NATO had been engaged 3 times in this region, Bosnia, Kosovo. If for those who believe that Afghanistan is a larger extension. I don't believe in the greater Middle East personally, but I can say if we look at it also from the Afghanistan viewpoint, countries were not willing to go on the ground.
Sorry, sir.
But I also would like
1
to say,
hour, not half an hour.
I'll stop here.
1 minute.
But I would
not an
also
hour.
like to say that also the Arab League at the time, because I went during a famous night to talk to the Secretary General of the time, Amr Moussa, and he told us, you have to understand that no country in the Arab world will accept NATO troops on an Arab country. And so even the Arab League was not in favor of this. Now, it depends on where you sit. You could say that this was an alibi for the others not to intervene. But I would say that certainly the fact there was not a regional support for NATO to continue played a role, I think, in our policymakers. While there was a support for the military action of NATO, because, of course, we acted upon UN mandate, because the foreign ministers of the Arab League and before them, the foreign ministers of the GCC asked for that intervention. Then we had clear mandate which prohibited NATO from deploying forces on the ground. Therefore, I think the whole international community will have to think, all the institutions, what are the mistakes that we all made, at that historical moment, and what could have been done better. I would say that Ali Zidane asked us after the operation to help them build the security institutions, and NATO answered.
I have to stop you.
We went 6 times.
We can't continue like this. I have to interrupt you mid-sentence and just give that chance for our panelists to also have their points, and also maybe later on we'll ask His Excellency Mr. Abu Ghait to reply to your comments about the Arab. But still, okay. Muhammad Haj Ali, تفضل.
For inviting me here to speak. I mean, the mic I think is not working. Is it working now? Yeah. Yeah. When we think about the role of external actors, I think we need to diagnose the major trends in the region, and I can speak of 2 major trends or challenges in the region. The first one is the ailing and expired social contracts between the states, the governments, and their peoples. The second is the rising role of armed non-state actors across the region in more than one place. And this is mushrooming and ballooning in different ways. On the first trend, after the 2010-2011 uprisings in the region, the symptoms were identified as following. 1, rising unemployment. 2, rising inequality between the state cronies who are siphoning billions of dollars of treasury money every year, and they're still doing that. And also the poorest sections of societies reaching about 40-50% in certain cases, living on $2 and $3 a day. Add to that the limitations on freedom of speech and political expression, and also a number of other indicators such as the youth bulge. More than 60% of the populations were young, entering every year the job market by the hundreds of thousands and finding little jobs provided by the public sector and the private sector. All of this was putting more and more strain on the social contracts. Before the Arab Spring, and still to this day, the social contract was basically we provide subsidies, basic services, also subsidies in the form of maintaining currency pegs, very costly also for the treasury. And in return for these subsidies and ballooning public sector, basically giving jobs to the unemployed, in return for that, you give us your political rights, your rights of expression. You hush in regards to your rights and participating in the political system. All of these indicators are now worse. Look at the unemployment rates. We have about 5% increase median in these unemployment rates. Same with the inequality gap. Same with the other indicators. Add to all of this the fact that the public sector, all of these states are facing a grim reality. They have to deal with the ballooning public sector. They have to shrink it. They have to lift the subsidies. They have to remove the currency pegs. All of this means these social contracts are expired. There will be more and more pressure for change. And I think in this particular challenge, what the external actors can do is support the already existing transition models that we have in Tunisia or in Sudan. The region lacks a viable model in which there was a successful transition from the authoritarian system, which was not working and is not working and will continue to fail, into a more shared space in which different sectors of society can participate and give their voice, in which you can commit to major reform in the state and the economy and the way the state looks and the prospects for the economy, and commit the population to it. You know, governments must be held accountable. And I think, you know, NATO, other actors, international actors, are not doing enough in supporting these transitions. I mean, look at the money spent by the counter-revolutionary forces. These states who have an invested interest in stopping these transitions from going through the natural course. The amount spent on that side is unfortunately much bigger than all the investment which is happening to support the transition into success. The second trend is the non-state armed actors, and this is something that we're seeing across the region. In Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, armed non-state actors are becoming major players. They're mushrooming, but at the same time they're ballooning. They're assuming state functions. For instance, Hezbollah in Lebanon has representatives in Iraq. They act as an embassy. They have an office which sometimes dwarfs the Lebanese embassy in Iraq. Same applies to their office in northern Tehran. Same applies to the Houthis in Iran. And same applies to other groups across the region. Now we're seeing these non-state armed groups claiming that they want to build, or working on building, an air force, with the drones being supplied on a regular basis, advancing their capability on that front. And I think this will put more and more strain on the state functioning properly, especially in the failed and sort of challenging contexts such as in Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Libya, and Yemen. This will put more strain, and the fact that in the region, non-state actors are an intrinsic part of this regional struggle, which is poisoning the political fields and increasing polarization in our region. So I believe external actors, what they can do in this case is basically, perhaps working on pushing a regional dialogue, a regional understanding, some sort of a convention on controlling non-state actors, restraining support for these non-state actors. And this should be done on the regional level. An international imposed solution will not work. And also going back to the core problem, we need a model in this region. And I think without a successful model, without a successful Tunisia, without a successful Sudan, sort of the light at the end of the tunnel, if the people are to commit to change and transition, they have to see that. If we have that, this will be one of the solutions, I think, contributing to the long-term, effort, leading to the constraint of this thing. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for keeping with the time frame allocated. Thank you very much. Mr. Ahmed Msaade, تفضل.
Thank you very much. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much again, Ambassador Rizzo, to invite me to take part in this panel. I think the title of the session is How to Get Out of Fragmentation and Rebuild and Reconstruct the Arab Region. It's quite a very complex question, and I'm not sure if we have answers, concrete answers for such a question, but let me share with you my thoughts about what the issues that need to be addressed in our region in order to have the Arab countries move on. And maybe you have heard this from me and from other colleagues many times before. The main elements, if I may say, that you will always hear from Arab politicians and diplomats are three issues. In my region, the Levant, ending the Syrian crisis, with the integrity of that state and the going back of refugees to their homeland. The other issue is to end extremism, and if I may say, extremism which was falsely labeled with Islam, when maybe we need to examine it in a more wider context of racist extremism and Islamophobic extremism. And thirdly, of course, the elephant in the room is the denial of a Palestinian statehood. And you've heard this many times from Jordanian officials and other Arab officials, that we really need to end the Israeli-Palestinian crisis on a two-state solution, because the alternative is a binational state, which is unthinkable of, undemocratic. It's going to have different grades of human rights for whoever is living in that state. The two-state solution should be built on the 4th of June 1967 borderlines, with East Jerusalem as capital of the Palestinians. The actions that we've been seeing lately by flaunting international law and UN resolutions, building walls against your neighbors, grabbing lands, after 70 years of this crisis, I don't think that we are going or moving anywhere. It only proves that the international community, the EU, NATO, and other organizations really need to be serious about it. It is the only area in the globe which has a crisis, and nobody is doing any serious effort about ending this thing, let alone that we have other crises mushrooming here and there. Iraq, Libya, Yemen, you name it. The question that NATO Defense College Foundation has always asked over the past 5-6 years is this doable? Is comprehensive peace doable in the Middle East? And the answer is yes. Actually, it's not just doable, it is necessary these days, and it must be done. If I put these three elements aside, in my humble opinion, our issues in the Arab world have become much more complicated and deep, that even I'm doubtful if we manage to sort these issues, main issues, we will be able to move on from fragmentation to building state or building unity. And I'm talking about consolidated, deep issues that were structured in our countries and nations over the past 5 decades and mushroomed and exploded in the wake of this so-called Arab Spring. What am I talking about here? I think Prime Minister Jibril addressed these issues, but also I'll echo his comments. The lack of freedom, the lack of democracy, the lack of human rights, the lack of rule of law, and the lack of regional economic cooperation. We don't have this. And these are the issues that now we really need to think of and address. When I say regional economic cooperation, I don't want to use the word Arab unity because I don't think that actually it has any value now. I'm really building on models like the coal and steel agreement of the EU in the 50s, in the last century. His Excellency Mr. Abul Ghait is doing a great job, but I know that in my previous chapeau as Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, if you don't have your member states at the same frequency level, the administration cannot do anything. So we need to think of also new models of economic cooperation in the region, not just between the Arabs, but also between the Arabs and our neighbors, Iran, Turkey, the EU, Israel, assuming that we have peace with the Israelis. Under those headings, there are other headings that also we need to examine. Education, the definition or redefinition of the relationship between the governments and those governed, the relationship between the state and the people, the true concept of citizenship, and the separation of religion from power. This is very important. These issues we need to address. What can the international community do? For me, I stand to differ with Prime Minister Jibril. I don't think that the Arabs can do it on their own. We've been doing this for the last 70 years, 80 years. We cannot do it on our own. I think the international community has to put its money where its mouth is. They need to help. They need to build on their experiences, how they got out of their own fragmentation and crises and disasters that they had after all the wars, and share with us their experiences and be serious about addressing these issues that the Arab communities now have. This needs two to tango, sincere international players, and national, local, regional leaders. Thank you very much.
And one of the questions, how can we make them and maybe attract them to be more engaged in our region? Maybe we can answer this question later on. Now it's Mr. Ian Lesser.
Right. Well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's always a pleasure, Ambassador Mitrovica, but also to your partners and many friends here. So much has been said already. I bring a slightly different perspective in the sense that I'm an American sitting in Brussels. And although with a deep interest in the region, you know, I don't sort of presume to talk about the internal dynamics and the social and political dynamics in a way that people who are actually living there every day and living that experience every day can bring. But you have those perspectives here. Maybe just let me make 3 points that are a bit broader, but very much go to this question of the external environment, how this looks in a global setting. The first point I would make is really, and I know Nicola started off with this, that you know, fragmentation, of course, but of course it's not just fragmentation in the region, it's fragmentation globally. And that is, I think, very, very meaningful when you come to think about the solutions. But first off, you know, we tend to think of this as a set of crisis management problems, whether it's Libya or Syria or elsewhere. It's not even, in my mind, a question even of crisis resolution, as nice as that would be. I think in some cases we have to accept that we're going to be living with rather sustained chaos. I mean, that is not a very optimistic assessment, but I think it's a realistic one. And it requires different kinds of thinking about management. It requires different kinds of approaches. We may be, all of us, living with some of these problems for a very, very long time to come, with a great deal of instability. Nationalism. Nationalism has been mentioned a number of times here. There is also this rampant nationalism and unilateralism in the West, in the North, if you like, and it makes it much more difficult to manage the kinds of, it makes it much more difficult to have the West, the North, as a coherent partner. And I think that's a problem on, you know, our side, which we're going to have to deal with, and it too is not going away anytime soon. Iran was mentioned, Turkey. Turkey has become an extraordinarily active actor in the region in all sorts of ways that I think are opening a door for further and very sustained trouble, which we're going to need to think through with Turkey as a partner. You know, where will this lead, this latest, what is coming, incursion into Syria? It's obviously touched on American interests and policy quite directly. When you come to this question of the post-Caliphate, yes, post-Caliphate in the strict sense, yes, but post-ISIS, post-Al-Qaeda, post-PKK, probably not. And I could well imagine out of this new sort of front that is being opened, new kinds of transnational security risks of that kind, which we're all going to have to deal with. The second point I would make is even broader about the global context. It seems to me it's less and less possible to talk about the region in isolation, if it ever was. You cannot take the traditional security relationships for granted. You cannot take even, and I'm very sorry to say this, American policy for granted. We are present. I disagree profoundly with the comments you hear about the United States disengaging, getting out of the Middle East, and all of this. We're present in a very direct way, diplomatically, certainly militarily, in all kinds of ways, commercially. But are we there as a predictable actor? Are we there in the same way? Perhaps not. And that goes beyond the vagaries of the current administration, which I won't talk about. There is, I think, in the American strategic class a kind of disillusionment with the Arab region as a whole, but in the Middle East, I would say. It's based on many things. It's based on the sort of what has happened post sort of Arab revolutions. It's based on a changing energy picture. It's based on many things, but it's based above all, I would say, on a certain distraction effect. In the strategic class in America, years ago, the Middle East was in a way at the center. If we weren't talking about the Cold War relationship with Russia, it was about the Middle East. This is simply no longer true. It is very hard to get the attention of policymakers about the Middle East these days. And there are big things on the horizon. There's an increasingly competitive relationship with Russia. I think that's actually a fairly marginal issue in this context. It's there, but it's not driving anything. But in back of this, you have China. The debate in Washington these days is all about China and where China will be with its Belt and Road Initiative in the next decade. Clearly, it will bring China into closer connection with the Middle East, with this region. But what will it mean, really? It could just as easily mean that China becomes a stakeholder and indeed is exposed to the kinds of problems that Europe and the United States have been trying to deal with in the region for some time. And then I know we're going to talk about this in a later session, but the state of the global economy, the risk that is accumulated in the global economy, it obviously applies to all of us, but these weak economies in the region are maybe more exposed than many to that kind of uncertainty. So we're going to have to think about that. Finally, what can be done? Well, here I come back to the question of kind of recommendations for my own side of the world, for the North, for the West, again, however you want to put it. We have to deal with this transatlantic fragmentation because it will make it very, very difficult to mobilize, first of all, attention, to get people to pay attention to what is happening in the region, but also, as you say, to make the kinds of investments that are necessary in terms of diplomatic energy, but also money, frankly, to have some effect. At the moment, the policy seems to be reduced to two things that are politically salient, but not much more. It's how to deal with Iran and its migration. And it seems to me that that is a very flimsy base on which to build a broader policy towards the region in the future, as important as those issues might be. So, we need to be more attentive and more predictable. And that's what I'd end on.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'll open the floor for questions and answers and maybe comments because I feel Mr. Abulghait would like to say something, and also we have the Indian ambassador who's got a comment to say. So basically, please, if you have a question or a comment, raise your hand. When you're called upon, please introduce yourself and mention the name of the person in question. And I'll start with the Indian ambassador, Mr. Abhyankar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to touch on a couple of things. It seems to me that there are at least two other elephants in the room which need to be mentioned. But before I get to the elephants, let me say that Syria is a pivotal state as far as what is going on in the Middle East. For many reasons, but let me just mention one. 4 of the 5 permanent Security Council members are on the ground in Syria. And it has thrown all the principles of the United Nations to the wind. I won't go more into that, you know more about this. But coming to the elephants, there are 2, which we need to deal with if we really have to get the Middle East out of this fragmentation. One is Iran, and the second is Islam. Now, I would like to use here the analogy of that Prime Minister Jibril used of the state and the society. So if one takes it in that form, as far as the state is concerned, at that level, you have Iran very active in Syria, not to mention in Yemen and elsewhere. So some solution, some way has to be found to reduce this. At the level of the society, what is important is that I think I heard some speakers say that of the preoccupation with religion. I'm afraid religion is there to stay. And if you agree with that, because you cannot get rid of it, we need something where there is a discussion, and I think the best organization is the Islamic Conference Organization, to arrange a discussion on Islam and to minimize the kind of tendencies that the Islamic State has been talking about. Thank you. I think
Thank you very much. Anyone would like to make a small comment, please? Yes.
Just, I mean, if I may, in response, very, very valid comments. The point that I said about one of the issues that we have in the Arab world is a separation between religion and power. And this has cost us a lot. I'm not saying, I just want to be clear, I'm not saying that religion will go away. God forbid, it is there, it will stay. But I'm saying that one of our problems is that we have put religion in a political facet that has got us into corners that we are unable to come out from. And the way to do this, and probably Europe has went through this before, is that religion is for the person and the God, and the state is for the citizens. And this is how you build models and you move on. Sweden, Norway are Christian countries, but they don't rule in the name of Christianity. But the religion is there. That is where we, the Arabs and the Muslims, we really need to go and be brave enough to address this, examine it, and talk about it and find solutions and move on.
Thank you very much. Mr. Abul Ghait, would you like to take
Microphone.
Yes, please, the microphone.
Thank you, Maysoon. Thank you very much. I'm not supposed to speak now. I have my concluding remarks at 7. But if I may comment on Nicolas' reference to the Arab League and Secretary General of the Arab League, I would say what you heard from Amr Moussa, former Secretary General of the Arab League, then in 2011, is a product of the Egyptian diplomacy, more or less. Amr Moussa is product of the Egyptian Foreign Ministry, and he was Foreign Minister of Egypt prior to being Secretary General. The Egyptian school is no foreign forces on Arab soil, whether it is Western, Russian, or even regional foreign forces like what we are seeing today between Turkey and Syria, Turkey and Iraq, or even Iran. I have to make reference to the story as I witnessed it. I was myself Foreign Minister up to the 11th of March 2011. On the 28th of February comes Western forces. They approach us. They approach the Secretary General of the Arab League. They approach Arab member states, a number of them, asking that the League would refer the Libyan conflict then to the United Nations and to give it to the United Nations to deal with it, and not to allow the League of Arab States to tackle the issue at the time as we were doing. as foreign minister, a product of the Egyptian diplomacy, I categorically said no, thank you very much, it will not go to the United Nations. I left, they came forward 3 days after my departure, and I'm not claiming that I'm a hero or so, I'm just stating a historical issue. And it was referred to United Nations, who allowed the principle of no zone of no-fly zone, as exactly what had happened in Bosnia. And NATO intervened when Gaddafi used his helicopters. And there was the so-called destruction. It isn't an Arab Spring, it is an Arab destruction. Then, yes.
Your Excellency,
the issue is not Libya.
if you can wrap it up, please.
No, but you gave me the floor and you asked for
A quick comment, short comment, because we have other guests, please.
Because
I think we have to allow...
when the West interferes or intervenes, it isn't the first time. It was done also in Iraq, and it's being, as the Indian ambassador is saying, being done right now in
And the Egyptians were in Yemen one day, so basically it's
No,
all
but
over.
that is different. That is completely different. What I want to say is, you intervene, you assume your responsibility. You do not quit the scene and leave the situation in shambles as it happened everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, yes, please. Here, please. Yes. Excuse me?
I'm Leonardo Dini, Italian politician and foreign affairs expert. Two questions for Mr. Ahmad of Amman. My first question is your opinion on the role of the Mediterranean leaders, the leaders of the main country of the Mediterranean Sea, like in north, like in south of Mediterranean, in the dialogue in the Arab region and in the dialogue between the different Arab culture. And my second question is your opinion about the role of Jordania, of the Amman and the royal family of Jordania in the dialogue of peace in the Arab region. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the second question. What exactly between the Jordanian royalty and the EU? Is there a question?
Yes, like in the former king of Jordania, the role in the peace, a process of peace, like in the Middle East, like in the Arab region of the country of Jordania. The role of peace.
Role of Jordan.
Yeah, I mean Jordan is a very proactive country for peace. We've been an anchor in this, whether His Majesty the King, the late King Hussein, or His Majesty King Abdullah, or the government of Jordan and the diplomacy of Jordan. Because actually, also, if I may say, also as a nation, as people, because we believe in peace, and we believe that this is the way that we can really get us out of all the problems that we have, and we move forward. So, Jordan will. Again, I'm not an official today. I don't have any official chapeau. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the government of Jordan, but we have a diplomat from the embassy who can speak for the government. But I tell you that Jordan is very proactive, very sincere about achieving peace. But what kind of peace? The peace that gives dignity to the Palestinians and gives them statehood. This is the peace that Jordan will want to see eventually. On your first question about the leaders of the Mediterranean, and you mean on the southern rim of the Mediterranean. I'm sorry, I'll be, if I may say, I don't want to offend anyone here. I think that we lack leadership and vision and integrity and substantive, qualitative calibers, if I may say. And those are these are the issues that why also, the whole political systems down there needs to be restructured in order to push forward the enlightened, reformist, futurist leaders who can read what the trend, as Prime Minister Jibril worldwide is going with, and then try to, I don't want to say copy it, but I always say localize it to your internal powers and internal structures and move on. Obviously, for me, results are on the ground.
Yeah.
If you want to judge things by results, you can then see the caliber of leaders that we have in the region.
We have a comment over there. Please, if you stand up and introduce yourself first.
Okay, my name is Mohammed Shabbar. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Jordan in Rome. I would like to say some words to our friend, the Italian friend, to ask about the role of the royal family in Jordan for bringing peace to the region. Our royal family are always headed by His Majesty the King, believe in peace, and they believe that the Palestinian issue is the core of the problems of the whole other problems in the region. And we think that it's the core, and the other problems are symptoms of this issue that has not been solved since half a century. So we believe that reaching the peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians by establishing the Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with its capital, the East Jerusalem, as is the capital of the Palestinian state, is the only solution. The only solution is the two-state solution by negotiations. That's what we believe. I would like to say to Dr. Masaadi also, who was my ex-ambassador in Brussels, and I have the honor to be his deputy before he became the Secretary General of the Union for Mediterranean. You are most welcome to Rome, sir.
That's nice of you.
It shows that I don't use anymore the embassy facilities. I come by myself. They don't know about me.
Okay, Dr. Jibril has a comment. If you promise you make it in 1 minute, I'll give you the chance.
You don't want to hear me?
Okay. You want to start? Let's start with you, and then, sure. Thank you. You have 1 minute.
No, it's just a clarification. It's
Yeah.
not a question or a comment. When we asked for the mission to be extended, we did not ask for troops on the ground. Because we ourselves, when we were asked by Hillary Clinton, do you need a military force to be in the ground? We said no, no troops in the ground, because we know what type of Libyans we have there. They're going to resist this. They're going to be killed by Libyans, you know. So what we asked for is that they extend the mandate, so we feel that the rebuilding the army and rebuilding the police institutions, there is a frame of reference there that can be feared by everybody. That's what we asked for specifically.
Mr. De Santis, do you have any comment? No. You're fine with that. Okay. We can have a question here, and later on we'll come here, and then here. Sure. But let's make it short so that we
have time for
everybody.
It's a quick question, yes. My name is Jassim Al-Badawi. I'm the ambassador of the State of Kuwait to European Union and to NATO. And I want to start by thanking Ambassador Rosso for his engagement in the Arab world's issues. He's been a champion in this field. My question is my own question, and it's not my government's point of view. I'm here in my capacity as Jassim, not the ambassador. And I would like to
Don't keep
give
it
the
open.
question
Don't keep it open.
to the four of them, whomever wants to answer it. Would you think that an example of the OSCE is valid in our region, in the Arab world? You know, there was an excellent experience in Europe with the OSCE. Would you imagine an OSCE in the Arab world? Thank you very much.
Would you like to answer, or Mr. Ayan?
Yes.
Mr. Ayan.
It's an interesting question. You know, I think there was a certain point at which people asked about this in the Mediterranean as well, and there were institutions that were proposed that were explicitly designed around the OSCE experience. I think it could have something to offer, but unfortunately we don't have the political consensus to build such a thing. I mean, if you could, I mean, one of the things that I think would be very, very useful is not just norms, political norms of behavior, agreement on those, but also a means of risk reduction. Because, you know, as I was trying to suggest earlier, there may simply be conflicts and disputes that we're not going to solve in the near future. So how do we hedge against those becoming wider, deeper, even more serious? And one of the ways to do that is to agree on ways to prevent accidents, on ways to prevent incidents, on ways to sort of get a better understanding of what the other side is thinking. By the way, we need this in our relationship with Russia and with China and with others these days, but on a smaller scale, you could imagine things like that being useful in this region. Unfortunately, I think this question of fragmentation makes it extremely difficult.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'll take a few questions, and then I'll give 3 to 4 minutes to each of our guests to reply. Yes, please.
Thank you. Răzvan Anică, Romanian Embassy. So I want to ask mainly the representatives from Jordan and Lebanon, taking into consideration the retreat of the US troops from northeastern Syria and the threat of the offense of the Turkish, how do you see the evolution in that zone? If you think that Turkey may become the main force in that zone, and how do you see the evolution of the refugees? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go here, and then we'll go here, please, and here. Yes, sure. Come here. So, here, please, and then to the lady in black.
Thank you. It's more or less the question of my Romanian colleague. I'm an Italian ambassador, Laura Mirachian. I would like to know from the speakers, how do they see the role of Turkey in the region? We know that Turkey has a great past and a lot of ambitions at present. So what about that? It's the same question as my Romanian colleague. Thank you very much.
I can add the role of Iran also. And lady and ready, please.
Is it on? Yeah. Gaia Pellegrini Bettoli, I'm an Italian journalist. I've recently returned from 5 years in the region. And I have one question, which I believe has been addressed in a very polite way, but as a journalist, I'll be slightly more provocative. You've discussed, the panelists have discussed rule of law. What I find would be interesting to know from any one of the panelists who wishes to reply is, what are credible measures that you propose to tackle problems, in particular patronage and corruption? Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Just one question here, and we have...
Yes, good evening. My name is Maurizio Di Nito. I'm a former international banking officer. I was very impressed with Prime Minister Gabril's introduction. Very learned, and also this gentleman here. I'm sorry.
Mr. Ahmed Msaad.
How do you pronounce it?
Mr. Ahmed Msaad.
Yes, my question. Well, more than a question, it's a comment. They spoke of dual nationhood, Israel and Palestinians. Well, I think that perhaps the Palestinians should take into account what Mr. Gabriel said, because at least what I saw when I visited that area, that there was very little goodwill on the part of the Palestinians. There was a lot of, crying at each other and etc. And also harassing the so-called enemy. I think that, they should take a better attitude. Thank you.
You mean the settlers, harassing the settlers, or what? Yeah.
I'm
this is what you mean,
speaking of the wrong attitude on the part of the Palestinians. I don't have anything against the Palestinians.
Thank you very much. Anyway, 2 minutes for each of our speakers. I'll start with Mr. DeSantis. Only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes, if you like.
The wrap up.
To wrap it up. Yes.
The wrap up. Okay. Well, this idea that the Ambassador Kuwait, Jassim, has raised of an OSCE for the Mediterranean, Well, first I would refrain, to tell the Arabs, and the countries of the region how they should organize themselves. But it's true that, there's a lack of a regional framework in the region. Is it possible? Is it achievable? A former foreign minister of Italy, who recently left us to go to a higher life, Gianni De Michelis, had proposed many, many years ago, I think something like 30 years ago, a CSEM, a Conference for Security and Cooperation in the Mediterranean. So it was coming, if you wish, from the region, being the Italian foreign minister, this idea that you need to build confidence. Now, what I think is that we can look at this whole debate, which of course evoke more issues that we can tackle now, from two perspectives. One is the pessimistic perspective, which is that the Middle East is condemned to an endless cycle of violence, of instability, of economic imbalances, and which will never be addressed. But I would argue to this pessimistic view, I would oppose to this pessimistic view an optimistic one. In fact, during the last 2 decades, we have been discussing more and more how to contribute to security and stability in the region. And we've been doing this together without imposition, without imposing to our partners, trying to work on the issue of joint ownership. And in fact, for example, on the NATO side, our cooperation has been based on this principle: non-imposition, respect to specificity, listening to our partners. So I think we're starting to learn from each other. And I see now, in spite of the many challenges, which are terrible challenges, which are very difficult to address, not only the spread of international terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, arms control regimes, which are basically now called into question, and we don't know what is going to be. But I see more willingness to work together. So I will close as I started. We need a cooperative approach to security, complementarity between different actors, NATO, the Arab League, the EU, the OSCE, countries working together to address these challenges through a different approach. Now, use of force should be always truly a weapons of last resort. But we could be called again in the future to manage crises together. And that's the approach, I think, that would change it from before. We would have to do it together, learning from the lessons that the previous engagement in the region have taught us. Because we always do after these exercises, the lessons learned exercise, but we seem somehow to have a difficulty to implement all the things that we have learned.
So I summarize it in cooperation. Muhannad, please.
Yes, I would like to start with the comment on the rule of law. Basically, I think having watchdogs works, activating these watchdogs that we have in the region. They're part of the constitution, etc., but they're appointed by the political elite, and this is where the ailment is. This is where the problem is. I think having independent watchdogs overseeing the role of the judiciary, the role of the other institutions would work, and having a healthier system in the future. Regarding the use of violence, going back to the comment that this is not the Arab Spring, this is the Arab destruction, etc. I think what was the alternative? Let's think of the alternative. Syria, more than 100,000 people perished, many of them in the jails of Bashar al-Assad. Is this the alternative, really? I mean, what is? We had no state. This is a regime which was based on this man's, ultimate leadership, ultimate use of force, and there were no restraints. Let's think of the alternatives. There are no alternatives, and this is why I think, going back to the role of institutions and building these institutions and finding this mechanism, and this goes back also to having a model in the region. After these, the two transitions in Tunisia and also in Sudan, I think we have an opportunity to establish a model that works in a region which is not working. Thank you.
Well, I will also, start where my learned colleague has finished. The model of authoritarian regimes in the Arab world is no more viable or valid. It is not acceptable. It is not acceptable to build a country around a person or around a regime, as also Prime Minister Jibril said. So I tend to agree with your comments that it's not acceptable that we go back to such systems. We need to move on. This is why, to answer your question, madam, corruption is a byproduct of the lack of pluralism and the rule of law. When you have systems, structures, you have, I'm not saying democracies, because this is a far-fetched thing for the Arab world, if I may say, but I'm saying pluralism, listening to each other, accepting each other, taking control of power in a way that, have some sort of structures. If you do this, coupled with proper judicial systems and the invoking of the principles of human rights and rule of law, then you end up slowly but surely getting rid of the byproducts of corruption and all the problems that you see in our region. To go back to the question of Turkey, I fully agree with His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Arab League. There should be no forces, foreign forces on Arab soil, whether it was Turkish, whether it was Iranian, whether it was Western, you name it. It's not acceptable. But then we have realities, and as the ambassador said, we have 4 out of 5 permanent members of the United Security Council are on ground in Syria. What do you do? Again, I go to the point that was also mentioned, that you need to finish your job. You just don't get occupied in Syria and then you turn your back and leave. Obviously, Turkey will want to fill in the vacuum if the Americans leave. But this policy, again, showed us, or we have experiences, that what they did in Iraq, they destroyed Iraq with this policy. And so they move on from destroyed Iraq, and now they move on from a destroyed Syria. The point is, we have to support the Asatana Accord, and there is no solution in Syria other than a political solution whereby you safeguard the integrity and unity of that country and make sure that you establish some sort of a pluralism-oriented system in the country.
Everywhere.
Well, everywhere.
Everywhere. Mr. Ayan, please.
Yes, well, maybe if I could just touch on the question about Turkey and Syria. I happen to think that this is simply introducing even more risk into an already risk-prone situation. I mean, after all, Turkey has been battling the PKK and has had an unresolved Kurdish issue inside the country for over 30 years. There was an incursion of a similar kind, frankly, into northern Iraq almost 20 years ago, I think it is. It didn't resolve the issue, and I think there's a potential for it to get much, much worse, and Turkey may find itself with a problem on its hands that it really cannot deal with. I mean, and you add to that the 3.6 million refugees that are now in Turkey, the notion that somehow 1 or 2 million of these are somehow going to find a home in this safe area that's carved out, as the Turks say, I find very, very unrealistic. I mean, at base, it seems to me it only adds to the fragmentation that's the subject of this session. Fragmentation not just in the region, but frankly, fragmentation when viewed from an allied perspective, the United States or NATO, with Turkey. And if you don't have Turkey on board, it's much harder to deal with other things like Iran and a whole list of issues that we could name. So I'm quite skeptical. We could have another discussion about the Trump administration's policy here, but just looking at the Turkish side of it, I'm quite worried.
Thank you very much. Hope the session was insightful. We have a break now, around 15 minutes, so you can grill them outside while having coffee. So basically, sorry, say again? Okay, we'll give you the chance. He's Turkish. They've been grilled, so basically, let's give him a chance.
Well, sorry. Basir Rayet, crisis management specialist, so it's my profession. Turkey had to go through very tough, painful learning in combating terrorism, but as a result of it, has become expert. And I myself, when I travel to Brussels, Mons, the moment I see anything unusual that the Allied security cannot detect, I can detect. The point is this: the Iraq invasion was very much commandeered by the Kurds. the Kurdish intelligence said this, the Kurdish intelligence said that, and the US bought it, and then, so they have very much commandeered the US foreign policy as far as the invasion of Iraq goes. So once again, in this situation, Syria, once again, the Kurds are able to commandeer US foreign policy and dictate. Now here's one thing that I do not understand. To be able to set foot into the US, you're not supposed to be a communist, not an anarchist, or a Nazi sympathizers, and yet PKK is a hardcore communist Marxist group, and yet supported by US taxpayer. Thank you.
We'll finish. Thank you very much. We can go outside and seriously, I'm not allowed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us try to refocus. I invite those that are sitting too far away to come closer, so we have a sense of community. You look very far away there. It's good to be under the tent. Welcome back. Let us start our session as we are running a bit too late, and again extend the thanks to Ambassador Minuto Rizzo for his invitation. I will not introduce the panelists. You guys have their bios on the documents, so we have a great panel. We'll speak about sustainable economics and what are the game changers in terms of economic long-term growth strategies for this region, with a specific point on the whole of energy, which of course is chosen not by accident by the organizers, as there's a huge potential for renewable energies in the region, but there's also, of course, one of the largest, remains one of the largest source of fossil fuel of the world, although is changing. So let me quickly move to Dr. Jamal. We'll give you 5 minutes. If you take 7, I don't come back to you. If you take 5, there's a built-in incentive structure. I'll come back to you for another exchange. So full transparency. The floor is yours, Jamal.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this conference and to invite me today to participate in this lovely discussions about sustainability and economic growth. I'm a great believer that we are running a risk in the Middle East by depending a lot on the oil and gas revenues. We have seen the impact of that over the past years. And I am a great believer that unless we work on diversification of our economy, we will not have sustainable growth in our part of the world. Statistics suggest that in our part of the world, in the Arab world, between 20 to 40% is the participation of oil and gas. Certain countries goes up to 60% into the GDP, and others goes to about 13% into the GDP, like Bahrain and Iraq. I think Iraq or Kuwait are the highest among the region. Now, that will not definitely bring sustainability. If we look into the trend all over the world, countries like the United States, who are today the largest producer of oil, only 7.5% of their GDP depend on oil and gas. I think we need to move into that range by introducing new businesses. Definitely, we need to think of the kind of businesses we want to enter in. The most important are those which they might depend on oil as a raw material, but by the time this needs to be changed into moving into transformation industries. We need to go into the new knowledge-based industries. We need to go to the artificial intelligence. I read somewhere that statistics suggest that in the Arab world, by the year 2030, artificial intelligence could represent 12% of the total GDP. If we can think of that, or if we aim for that, then the first point we need to aim for is education. And if we want to make any changes in the way we think and want to bring stability to our region and the growth to our economy, I think the first point we need to discuss is education. It is unfortunate that despite what the ministers of education say in our part of the world, education is not really matching the requirement of all the changes today. So education, training and development, investing in human beings is the name of the game going forward. The second bit is really we need to think seriously of easing the FDIs to our part of the world. Today, certain countries are receiving more and the others are not, and we have lots of red tapes in attracting those FDI. The third thing, we know that the governments in our region depend a lot on oil and gas to finance their budget. One area that is needed if we are seriously about diversifying our economy is to think of introducing taxes. In our part of the world, taxes, especially in the GCC countries, are very low. And therefore, the governments are run in deficit. And therefore, the impact of this deficit will be high going forward on the people, and therefore we are not sustaining the growth to the new generation. Today, I was just reading the news from Saudi. Saudi started VAT last January, and today they said that in the last 18 months, the total increase in Saudi's tax revenue was 89%. It's only by introducing 5% of VAT in the country. Yes, it is harsh, but we need to do that. We cannot depend on the oil and gas to finance our budget. We cannot depend on oil and gas to enlarge our economy. I will stop here and we'll take questions later.
You have a credit, Jamal. Next is Dr. Abdulaziz.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank, of course, Ambassador Rizzo, whom I know for many years. And I'd like to give myself a little credit that in 2002, I was one of the early one that came up with an idea of a NATO cooperation with the Gulf country. That meeting was in Doha at the Ritz Hotel, and we've discussed at that time how the Gulf country, which resulted in 2004 to the ICI, to the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. Maybe I'd like to go just briefly in a different dimension. I participated in 2004 in Bulgaria in a very interesting workshop, very close workshop, addressing the 50 years, the 2050, what is going to be, how the world is going to look like, what are the different scenarios. And we came up with the four important scenarios. One, continuous American hegemony. Second, rising of other power to offset that, be it China, Europe, India, whatever. And third, of course, a fragmented state. So we go back to an old history, to the Middle Ages, Tuscany on one side, Bavaria on the other side. So, and fourth was the rise of the violent non-state actors. And I did myself give a lot of focus on the violent non-state actors that in 2006, when the Hezbollah decided to kidnap the Shalit, the soldiers, the Israeli soldiers, and we end up having a war that cost the Lebanese economy 20 billion, as a result of that, I said, well, what are the commonality between all the different violent non-state actors? And we find out they all have an ideology to start with. They all have an outside access. Gaddafi at that time wanted to support the Irish rebels. Somebody else decided to support other rebels somewhere else. So they will all have an extended link. They all build their own independent economics thing. So they get it, their own economics issue, to be developed, and they all build a linkage between them, and they all grow in a very weak central government. Hezbollah was created in a very weak Lebanese central government, and the other also the same thing. Now, with that, I'm going to lead to the 14th September, the changing game in the region and the issue of energy, how that they have really changed and makes a big difference in that one. The market responded 5 minutes before the Asian market opened. The US President Trump, he said, no, we have enough supply, we will supply the market. So the market went to 71, all of a sudden dropped to 60. Now we are at the 58 level, so that there was no real quick response. It's either because the market already discounted the issue of having a war there in the region, or the market believed that there are enough and sufficient quantity because the US became a net exporter, and by next year, their target by the 2021, they will reach 5 million barrels to be exported. For us in Saudi Arabia, the two major, or the four major buyer is the Asian country. China, they buy 1.5 million barrel a day. Japan, 1.2 million. So almost 65% we sell to China, Japan, India, and Korea. So they are the major buyer for us. But the market did not respond as the way our people. If this have happened 10 years ago, the price would have gone to $200. But then it's either because there's enough quantity, or because we see that other exporters are taking the benefit and doing that one. So where are we today? Today we are in a tsunami of geopolitical situation all over the region, starting from an unstabilizing situation now in Algeria. We don't know what will happen with all the young men every Friday demonstrating, to the situation in Libya, to again Iraq and what's happening with the demonstration. That WhatsApp and FaceTime or Facebook have led. They started in the beginning of September saying 1st of October we have to demonstrate and to be there. To situation in Yemen that we are almost 5 years in a war situation because of regional power supporting a violent non-state actors. Because regional power get involved in the militia in country and decide, and instead of dealing with countries, they deal with the other one. Lately, I was very impressed by the speech of President Rouhani. He said in New York, when he said we need to have two pillars of regional security: non-interventionist and non-aggression. I said, yes, we need that, but we need to add to it. We need a guarantor to implement such a policy being recommended by the Iranian president. If we don't have a guarantor, because we are suffering from that sort of two policies, the interventionist and the expansionist policy that being implemented. If we have a guarantor that will guarantee the implementation of such an important policy, I think that will be great. Back to the energy, I think the regional countries, particularly in the Gulf, are trying to stay away from total dependency on that. I think Dr. Fakhro here, he mentioned a lot about this issue for non-dependency and so on. Each one of the country have start to have their own plan of 2030, 2040, 20, whatever is that. I'm sure the aim is to reduce dependency on the energy and to have a different alternative. You said we are incentivizing, we stop. Huh?
Yeah, you see incentives work. So they're all preserving their time. So it depends how you present the question. It's called free economics.
If we look at the topic of the conference, which is fragmentation, and the other side of it, which is promoting social and political cohesion, I think the most consequential issue for the Middle East today is energy. The last 5 or 6 decades, the political, social, economic, security structures in the Arab region have been built on the back of the hydrocarbon economy. On the one hand, we've had a lot of progress. On the other, it has led to a lot of problems, some of security or military nature, but others related to the fact that we have states which are fairly advanced, but at high levels of fragility, because basically they are frontier states that have not been able yet to diversify their economies to be able to deal with an age that's after hydrocarbons. That's a massive risk today. Now, I was very struck by the point Prime Minister Gibran made earlier today, which is everything is interconnected, and nothing more so than global energy markets. And if you look at the global energy market today, you have a massive push for decarbonization. Energy efficiency is making inroads. Renewables today are generating power, at least in the power sector, which accounts for about 22% of energy. The future is going to be renewable, and the energy is going to be increasingly electricity. We are generating power at 2 cents a kilowatt hour from wind and from solar in more and more parts of the world, while the lowest cost for gas generation is about 7 to 8 cents. So from the economic perspective, the change is coming, but it's also permeating end-use sectors. The advent of electric mobility is around the corner. The costs of batteries are falling. Grid stability with variable renewables is a real possibility. So what happens in this scenario in terms of hydrocarbons is that there is increasing discussion among analysts in the energy field, building scenarios about the future demand, which are looking at peak demand for oil by the early to mid-2020s. Now, peak demand doesn't mean peak oil. Peak oil is there's no more oil. There's plenty of oil. Peak demand means the point at which future demand begins to decline. And this begins to factor into a lot of decisions. We're already finding many financial institutions globally are pricing risk for investment in exploration and production for hydrocarbons in a completely different way than they did only 5 years ago. The cost of exploration and production is going up. We're seeing medium-sized oil-producing companies that are scaling back in exploration and production. The larger ones are still continuing. There's still investment going in it. But when this change comes, it tends to move very fast. We now have new technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain trading, machine learning, which is able to manage electricity and power in
Let
totally
me push you on that on the region. This is the global picture.
No, but the global demand, when it hits the hydrocarbon sector, is going to hit this region very hard. So are we prepared? And if you look around, there are a few countries that are prepared. Morocco is probably one of the leaders. Morocco has a target of 52% renewables by 2030. I think they will revise that upwards, and they're managing it very well. Egypt has very ambitious plans for renewables. I had the pleasure of meeting President Sisi on 2 occasions, and the important thing he made clear was that it's not a decarbonization issue that he's pursuing. What he's pursuing in his renewables investment is that he has 1 million young people coming into the job market in Egypt every single year. Unless he finds points of growth and industrialization which can absorb that kind of youth unemployment, you have a ticking time bomb on the streets of Cairo once again. And that's a similar reckoning in more and more places. The more enlightened oil producers who are beginning to actually act on the need for, I think they all understand that diversification has to happen, but the United Arab Emirates is probably in the lead on this. They have a new energy strategy with the 70% decarbonization target by 2050. And a 40–45% renewables target by that time. I think everybody sees this happening. When this disruption comes, for those economies that are not prepared, the price of oil today, which is not even sufficient to service the fiscal needs of some of the oil-producing countries. I mean, they're in fiscal deficit, as you were saying, that they cannot even serve the national debt, is going to be extremely disruptive. The potential to create unemployment, deindustrialization, and economic shocks with large-scale unemployment that can create further instability is very, very evident. So I think that there needs to be a far more enlightened approach to energy policy at the heart of economic policy in the Middle East. But we are seeing signs where the potential of this is already happening. More and more countries are talking about producing large amounts of renewable electricity that they can export. The GCC grid is already interconnected. There's a policy for the interconnection of the grid and the trade in electricity in the GCC region. If the plans in Saudi Arabia are realized, I mean, they're talking about 40–50 gigawatts of power generation from renewables, then you will see exponential change. My fear is, my real fear in all of this, is that I've seen ambitious plans in my 8 years as Director General of IRENA, but I have not yet seen either the governance capability, the technical implementation capability, or the political will to make this change happen, because this kind of change is not easy, it's painful. But it needs to happen for the security of the region for the future.
Thank you. I'll come back to you because, it's like the frog in a boil of water that you warm up slowly, and why we're not reacting, and what can we do specifically in the region. Dottore Codazzi, the floor is yours.
I just want to take from what Mr. Amin said, and I might be helping myself with a few slides. I'm just going to take from what Mr. Amin said, because also we are engineering and technical consulting company working for many international institutions around there in the world, in particular in the Middle East. We're working for IRENA, for the Arab League, for the World Bank, etc. The transition to a decarbonized world is at the same time an opportunity and a threat for instability in the region, of course. It's a threat for instability because the Middle East is a power horse in terms of energy. It's a giant, but we have to remember that those natural resources, those carbon natural resources, are very much focused in the Gulf area. And if we look at the the northern Africa is just, Algeria and Libya that are, mainly rich in those kind of assets. Whilst it is an opportunity, the transition to the decarbonized world, because, there is also a lot of renewable energy potential in terms of solar and wind energy available in the region. And this is much more evenly spread across the region. That means that even countries such as, for instance, Lebanon, Morocco, Jordan, just mentioning a few of those countries, which are today 90% dependent from import of electricity. This is something that, is not very well known. So there is a huge development for bringing the renewables to the table. Now, there is an important issue. We cannot simply bring renewables. We need markets and we need infrastructures. We need interconnections. We need grids, okay, in order to interconnect all those resources. This is something that is not very well known. We tend to think about, a big power horse, right, the Middle East in terms of energy production. But in reality, if we look at the energy side, all those countries are really the dwarfs, okay? The poor quality of electricity. Electricity is costly when it is not subsidized. The status of the grid is, with the exception perhaps of the GCC countries, is mostly not interconnected and fragmented. So we have been talking about fragmentation on the political side, but if we look at the electricity side of the business, there is no common market. There are very, very low exchange of electricity, very low interconnection, and basically there is a big hole. I mean, there is one side, the Maghreb gas market, which is relatively well developed, but no interconnections there, and there is a big hole in the middle. You can see that in this slide, Libya and Egypt, okay? So electricity cannot flow from one side to the other. So in order to promote a single market of electricity and to foster the development of the economic development of those countries, because we need to take into consideration the fact that electricity is perhaps the most essential facility and most essential infrastructure in order to foster economic development, right? Manufacturing plants need electricity. Cheap and very good quality, okay? Services need electricity. Hospitals, schools need electricity. Now, a few years ago, we did a very interesting project for the Arab League, studying the possibility of an infrastructure that could interconnect the Arab world. And this is a project that took 2 years, was headquartered in Cairo, involving all the utilities of the various Arab League countries. And it turned out that there is a potential for interconnecting the whole region from the east to the west, and that would imply a capital expenditure, an investment of approximately 270 billion, okay, of money. Mr. Jibril was saying today that we need infrastructural projects, okay? We need investments in the area also to foster the economic development. Well, I think that is a huge opportunity, 270 billion to promote and build additional electrical and gas interconnections from one country to the other. Based on the study that we have done, that kind of infrastructure would promote an exchange of electricity, which is approximately 300 terawatt hour per year. It means exchanging electricity exchanging the same amount of electricity that is produced in Italy for 1 year. So the amount of the trade of electricity, the opportunity there, is equal to the total production of electricity in Italy. That could also, trading of the electricity from one country to the other, could lower the cost. And that could mean, has been estimated in a saving of approximately 50 billion euros per year. There is a final issue and final aspect that has to be noted. The fact that once we have, and if we potentially could have, a single market, a single exchange of electricity across the Middle East, there are other additional opportunities that might be developed, interconnecting that part of the world, which is very, very rich in natural resources, especially renewable resources, with Europe. Okay, so there are few areas, this is another study that we've done for the World Bank, in interconnecting and planning facilities to interconnect in Northern Africa and also the GCC countries through Turkey, nevertheless, to Europe and promote exchange of electricity, import and export. And that could create an additional export of energy of approximately 10 billion euros per year. So there is a huge potential. Of course, the main issues are not really in the technical side, not really, perhaps even in the amount of the money that needs to be invested, but it's really about the regulation, it's about the political willingness to promote those opportunities, as correctly Mr. Amin was saying. I just want to conclude with one say. I think a French economist a few decades ago said that where goods are crossing borders, armies are not crossing borders. We might say that where energy is crossing borders, refugees are not crossing borders. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me come back to you, and Jamal, you're the greatest saver. So we'll start with you. You have 2 minutes and a half. There are a couple of questions. Hearing you, these are special times. Something is happening in the energy sector. Things will not be as they used to be. Policies have to evolve. There are great opportunities in terms of creating integrated market with Europe. You didn't mention Africa, but we've done this kind of work, and you can expand them to the whole African continent, where you have huge demand, etc. We can see that everything is here. My question to whoever wants to take it, the first question is, why we're not able to crystallize the moment and do something that makes sense, because we have demands from our future generations as well. Why also the cooperation with Europe is not maybe at the level we want it to be in terms of facing the challenges, although, as Matteo said, it makes sense from an economic point of view. Another question for you, Jamal. You talked a lot about education, which is a long-term structural, will contribute to growth, but in the long term, what would be your recommendation in the short term to unlock and create a positive dynamic? Of course, invested in education, but the payoff is very long-term. And the question, Abdulaziz, also, you gave us a good picture of the global markets, but can policy change fundamentally in those countries around energy so as to trigger a profound transformation of the economies? What's your...
Which countries?
Well,
the end user or the producer?
Of course, the producers. Most of the... I don't think that we have issues with the end user. Morocco doesn't have any oil, and we're already moving because scarcity. So the question, the challenge is, of course, for producers, for the users, benefit from lower prices, etc., renewables. So this decarbonization trend is going to be steady, and it's going to be faster. So do you think there's a willingness to change the place of energy in terms of the growth strategy, and do you feel optimistic, and what would be your recommendations? So we start with you, Jean.
Okay. I think, first of all, on the global collaboration and cooperation, I think we are seeing a negative move, that what the world tried to do of kind of collaboration, working together after the Second World War, now we are seeing large countries are withdrawing from these collaborations. So whether it is on the economical side, whether it is on the humanitarian side, whether it is on the WTO side, we are not, unfortunately, working together, not only the Arab world and the globe, but the whole globe is not working together. So that is a big issue, and somebody needs to say something, especially to the Americans, to stop being naive and negative and America first, because this is really affecting the global trade and the global cooperation. The second thing on the quick wins, yes, education takes long time, but we need to start this yesterday. Now we need to look into our economies and to say what we need to do to move from depending on one product that we don't have any control on the quantities or on the pricing to sustain our growth and to sustain our security. Countries in the region need really to get out of the dream that tomorrow the oil price will go up and therefore we'll have more money and spend and so on. They need to be realistic to see that oil prices and oil in general is not going to continue to be the main source of revenue, of income, because of the decline of the international trade, reduction of use of it, the green movement, and so on and so on, beside the push on the prices globally. The last bit, when it comes to what we need to do, we need to do microeconomic reforms. We need to have a major labor market reform. We need to look into our product and to have product reform. These are the sort of steps that we need to take action immediately to really narrow the gap between our fiscal deficit and be able to sustain the productivity and the growth of our countries.
Jamal, you're a fantastic panelist. Please applaud Jamal. 7 minutes. It's proven. Yes, we went through that, countries like Morocco, Tunisia, because we had no oil. We went through those very strong reforms in the 80s and the 90s. So maybe that's something that has been looked at, basic structural reform, phase one. Let me turn to, just to mix a little bit the things and not to be too systematic. Let me jump to you, Adnan, and then I'll come back to you, Abdelaziz.
I think you asked why we cannot seize the moment. And I think it's because it's human nature that when you have a resource that's delivering results for you right now, you want to maximize it as long as possible. Which explains why the incumbency in the oil and gas area is so powerful in its messaging. And it's not just the producing countries, it's the corporations. I'm on the Stanford Energy Council. I was in California and I saw this advert, Chevron, showing poor African children mining lithium and saying that electric vehicles support child slavery in Africa. So this is the kind of messaging that you're going to see increasingly when the big players come under threat. But I think the disruption that will hit them when the market and technology begins to change everything, and as Mr. Jibril said, it's the capital allocation and the application of technology that's changing everything today. And that I think is big. I think the other point is that we haven't internalized the meaning of climate change for many decision makers in energy. We are looking at the economics of energy, but if you look around, the public pressure, shareholder activism in major corporations in the world are beginning to change the market for hydrocarbons for the future in dramatic ways. So I think the moment to actually reflect on the importance of this change and the opportunity present. If Germany can do solar, you think the Middle East cannot? So I think the opportunity is there, and we need to understand this in a fundamentally different way and need to energize ruling structures in the Middle East to take these decisions today.
Thank you, Adnan. You had 1 minute, which is half of what the stock that had Jamal. Abdelaziz, you have 1 minute and a half.
Saudi Arabia and some of the other Gulf countries are really working in alternative energy. And I think they realized when the price at $147 per barrel, Saudi Arabia came up and say, we believe $70 to $80 is the fair price. So they realized it is not in their best interest to see a higher oil prices, because that will encourage the shale oil, the shale gas to produce, plus it will encourage the alternative one. But at the same time, they've created King Abdullah Center for Renewable Energy, for the Energy Kabsark, which really does a lot of research now, and they start having a simple and different samples and different projects, one in solar, one in wind, just to look at and see how that functionality, and then to link it to the grid. But at the same time, if you look at the region, Mobil Oil just announced a $50 billion investment in the oil field in the south in Iraq. You know, so that means still the demand for a long time to come is going to be in the carbohydrates, will not finish so quickly, and it will not be vamped so quickly. Yes, Aramco did establish another company, or they are in the formalization of establishing another company for the hybrid car and the different, you know, for the different gas station setup and a different chain of gas station. So you have to work parallel. You know, a country like India, still 500 million people, they don't have access to electricity. So there's a huge demand. A gas pipeline from Turkmenistan to Afghanistan, Pakistan, India is there and it's been built, you know, and it's under construction. So there is a demand for both sides. There's a demand, but the population number is increasing and going high. So I'm not so sure only by alternative energy we can provide all the, you know.
Your point is clear. It is a very risky bet, but the future will tell us. I think you human beings, we have a tendency to think that, yes, tomorrow will be like yesterday. This is...
We are estimating $30 trillion of stranded assets in oil and gas.
There will be many stranded assets all around the world. I think the Brazilian fields are already almost there. More will come. Matteo, you were the least, but you have 45 seconds. I have to stick by the rule, or otherwise my incentive framework doesn't work.
Exactly.
It's like for taxation on oil products.
Exactly.
Please.
I would just say one minor thing is, you know, I think one of the reasons why things are not really happening is because perhaps on both sides, both on the developed world or the Western world and the Middle East, we are going too much through a bilateral approach rather than a multilateral approach. I know, for instance, FES has promoted many, and the Arab League has promoted many infrastructure projects across the region, you know, not only on the energy side, the one that I was mentioning, but also another one related to fostering the railways infrastructures. But then nothing is happening, you know. And I think, you know, things are a little bit moving faster perhaps in the GCC area. I think the GCC area, especially in the energy, is well coordinated. But there is an elephant in the room there, and it's Saudi Arabia, which is, you know, the big player there. If Saudi Arabia moves, everything moves very fast. But when they stop, and recently they have been distracted.
If you meet Mohammed bin Salman, you have 20 seconds to convince him what you will tell him.
Well, we were already working there.
What will you tell him?
Well, he has a great vision. I think he has to deliver.
What you, Matteo, will tell him?
He has to stop, you know, being distracted on the wars.
Very good.
Spending money in things that are not important.
Fine. Questions from the public. I will take 4 or 5, then we come back. You promise you do 40 seconds so we can play ping pong. If you keep you kill the discussion. Gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much. You mentioned about...
Please, your affiliation.
My affiliation, very good. I'm Maurizio Melani. I'm a former Italian ambassador, notably in the Middle East, and I'm teaching international relations. You mentioned a peak in the consumption of oil by mid-20s, if I well understand. Now, what is your view about a peak of gas? Because gas in the transition will be very relevant until there will be technology to have accumulation and transmission. So what is your idea about that, considering there are a lot of investments which are done in Eastern Mediterranean, in the flaring and so on. So there will be still time to make investments there? Thank you.
Very clear. It was peak demand, not peak oil, but peak demand for oil. Yes, peak demand. Go ahead.
Yes, Alessandro Politi, the director of the foundation. I wanted to ask the panelists, for the moment, energy is still a bone of contention. How can you find political convergence in order to avoid rifts, not only among producers, but also among political stakeholders? Quote unquote Iran, for instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Politi. Gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much. One of the important issues which is...
Can you introduce yourself, please?
I am Kiai from Iran Embassy. One of the important issues which is affecting oil and gas market is investment. In fact, investment in new oil and gas fields will guarantee future of this market. I want to ask the distinguished panelists how they evaluate the impact of the activities of terrorist groups like ISIS, Jabhat al-Nusra, and those groups who have their roots in Wahhabism ideology. How activities of these groups can affect the investment in countries, for example, in
Your question
Iraq,
is
Libya, Sudan, in countries which some regional countries also have very active role in creating such chaos in those
very
countries.
clear.
Thank you.
We know where they operate. I take another question. The gentleman here. Not many questions from ladies. I want a question from a lady. Ah, madame, s'il vous plaît. Please, madame here. Then we take the gentleman right after.
Hello. Actually, I would like to...
You are?
I'm from the Turkish Embassy.
Turkish Embassy.
Yes, I would like to ask for an opportunity to respond to the discussions from the previous sessions, because I didn't have the chance to take the floor.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you so much. We see that there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation about Turkey's efforts vis-à-vis Syria. I want to say that Turkey has no ambition in northeastern Syria except for neutralizing a long-standing YPG-PYD terrorist threat against Turkish citizens. YPG, which is the Syrian affiliate of the PKK terrorist organization, itself is a threat to the unity and territorial integrity of Syria. The ways in which they have declared cantonship in Syria is a known fact. I want to underline that 300,000 Syrian Kurds escaped from Syria to Turkey because of the persecutions they face for not supporting YPG. Turkey attaches great importance to territorial integrity of Syria and has so far constructively worked for finding a political solution to the Syrian crisis. It is our fundamental right, based on international law, to take measures for our national security against any terrorist threat emanating from Syria. We have exerted maximum effort so far to implement these measures together with our allies.
Thank you,
but so far it was not possible. So we will continue to work in constructive way to establish a safe zone in northern Syria to address our legitimate security concerns and to pave the way for safe and voluntary return of the hundreds and thousands of displaced Syrian refugees to their homes.
Your point is clear.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, I think you should
And
thank
I
the
also
organizers.
thank the organizers of this conference for the total.
Thank you. Your point is clear, madam. There's a gentleman right behind you that was asking for the mic, please.
Thank you. Giovanni Brauzzi was a former Italian ambassador to Jordan. My question to the panelists is about the nexus between energy, climate change, agriculture, and water especially, because I think this is one of the key issues affecting Middle East.
Clearly, the water, energy, and food nexus. Let me come back to the panel. I will start with you, Matteo, as I ended up with you. If you want to take up one of the questions.
Question regarding, the issue of terrorism, et cetera, et cetera. One of the other additional benefits of going the renewable, one of the issues related also to going the renewables way also for the oil producing countries as from a security standpoint, they're much safer. I mean, rather than having, big plants, so all the risk concentrated in a few critical plants, which are typically targeted or potential target to terrorists. When you have an infrastructure based on renewables are scattered across, right, the country. So it's very much more difficult, right, to be put at risk. Okay, so that is also an additional advantage, not only in time of deploying renewables, but also in terms of safety and security of the assets.
Abdelaziz.
Yes, well, which one do you want me to pick up?
It's for you to choose.
Well, there are many questions here, but anyhow, on the question of what they are doing for the environment, I think the Gulf countries in particular, they are aware of the carbon capture. They are doing something on that one. They are doing on the associated gas. They are doing on the leakage of the pipe. So they are trying to do their best, when it comes to the. Do
you think there's a sense of urgency?
Well, maybe not at the level that we wanted, maybe not at the level that people are expecting, but at the same time, on the still, they are trying to do whatever they can in that side. The alternative, Yes, still it will take time. I mean, I'm sure everybody is working to implement and to improve that one, but it's going to take a bit of a time, more than what we may think, because the number of cars produced, although they are changing a lot of the manufacturer, but still, for instance, the aviation industry is not going to move immediately. By the way, Saudi Arabia is planning to build 11 power plants using nuclear on the Red Sea, where UAE have started already the first one there. And, that's also to reduce dependency on the oil and gas.
Adnan.
Peak demand for gas, I think it will depend on technological developments, but what we are already seeing is that projections are decreasing. General Electric last year closed down their gas turbine manufacturing in Europe because of decreased demand. Gas will still continue to be important as a kind of balancing mechanism because of its flexibility, but for less and less time in the future. So I don't think it's too far away. On what brings us together, I think the interconnection between electricity markets based on very cheap, readily available renewable energy will be a driver for collaboration rather than conflict, because as we've seen in the past, that in countries where you have shared resources and shared dependence on a resource, you have less conflict. In all the conflicts between India and Pakistan, the one thing that has remained constant is the water sharing agreement of the Indus River. That has never been touched. So I think there's a driver. But the game changer will be technology. And just one last point. Abdulaziz had talked about how the markets balanced after the attack on the Aramco facilities. There are two interpretations. One is they balanced because there's so much supply capability in the system. The other is because markets are going to start to price oil in a different way, and maybe it's no longer the critical resource that we thought it was, and the markets will be reacting to it in a very different way.
Matteo, 5 seconds. And then
just 5 seconds, just one comment on the nuclear. I think the nuclear way for producing electricity in the Gulf area, I think is, from an economic standpoint, is a non-issue. Doesn't make any sense. I'll just give you one figure. Hinkley Point, the latest nuclear power plant built in England, $6,500 per kilowatt. The one that was built in Abu Dhabi, $5,000 per kilowatt. The cost of renewables today is 1/10 of that per kilowatt.
I just want to comment on the colleague from Iran. I mean, he was talking about the support or how come you can have stability when ISIS are there or Jabhat al-Nusra and so on. I just raised the question how we can have stability not in the oil but in the whole GCC and the whole Arab world when you are supporting the such of Hezbollah and Hezb al-Da'wah and so on and so on. So it will be good that not to raise this sort of questions, because really, I mean, Iran are being seen by the whole world that they are the main supporter of terrorism, and we have seen it in our part of the world, whether Iraq, whether Syria, whether Lebanon, whether Yemen, whether even Bahrain, that the role of Iran in the non-stabilization of our countries. So I think we should not just focus on one side. We have to be fair. I am not supportive to ISIS. I'm not supportive of Jabhat al-Nusra, but I'm saying don't raise this because you are a major player into that.
Actually, this is the point I mentioned before.
5 seconds, Abdelaziz.
This is the role of the violent non-state actors. When they come in power, then they start, ISIS starts stealing the Syrian oil and selling it. The Daesh, they start doing the same thing. So this is the whole idea of the violent non-state actor and their role.
I think we have a well-informed assistance and audience. They're well aware of all the dynamics that are at play. You don't have to elaborate too much. But energy maybe could be something where we all meet together, given the sort of cataclysmic transformation that are coming, and given that there are complementarities, etc., that could be built up. So I would encourage you, Ambassador Minutorizzo, maybe to do something specific about energy, where we could go into the details. What would it mean, a grand plan that includes maybe the relation with Europe and also Africa in a broader way, to make something that could keep people together and avoiding this kind of what the French call dialogue de sourds.
You have a lady.
Because you are a lady,
Yeah.
but if it's not a statement, I'll give you 1 minute. It's not a statement from an embassy, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I have nothing against, but that's not the format.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. Just to clarify one point, since the title is Arab Geopolitics.
You're the journalist.
Yes.
Yes.
Arab Geopolitics after Caliphate. I would just like to clarify one point regarding energy.
Yes.
Where the Caliphate was really making money was from the taxes. So not that I would take ISIS as a reference for states, but it's important because I think that's often something that is actually misunderstood and not clear.
Governments have discovered that
Thank you.
centuries ago, taxes is what you need. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm sorry for those that cannot intervene, but we have to come to a closure. Thank you to join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Can we start, Ambassador Rizzo? Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank very deeply Ambassador Rizzo and the NATO Foundation for giving me this opportunity to have here such a distinguished panel. And you may think that how come suddenly we switch from the Arab geopolitics to energy and now to Sahel and the Maghreb issues? Well, I think everybody was thinking about the spillover of what's happening in the Middle East, in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, even Libya. Now we have the big issue of the Sahelo-Sahelian region. To talk about the Sahel, we have here a young, let's say, Tunisian professor, Sherif Youssef, who is also a political analyst, working with the Global Center in Tunisia and specialized in North African affairs. And I'm sure what he will tell us about what's going on in the region, even in Tunisia, and the spillover of what's happening in the Sahel and the impact on Tunisia, security development, even election, we can say. What is going on in Tunisia is very important. And he has a master in international relations, studied in Colombia, have been doing research on different global issue, etc., etc. And next, we have the distinguished panelists from Italy. I'm sorry, I think I mixed all my paper because of the emotion. It is, sorry, Mr. Giovanni. Giovanni is specialized also in Middle East and North African affairs and the political affairs and security issue at the NATO headquarters. And it will be very interesting to see the official approach, how it is perceived in the headquarters of NATO, which is so important for the global peace and especially for the peace in the Mediterranean and the relationship between what's going on in North Africa and in the Sahel region mainly. And last and not least, we'll have Ambassador Karim. Ambassador Mahmoud Karim is well known, he has been here before and has a lot of experience and know-how, has been not only ambassador in different places, but also teaching at the British University in Egypt and publishing remarkable studies about the situation in Egypt, in the different places, because he has been also ambassador to Brussels with the European Commission and was nominated for 3 consecutive times to the post of Secretary General of the Egyptian National Council for Human Rights, which was also a very important issue in our region. So, without further ado, I would like to invite our young professor, Youssef Sherif, and can you tell us something about your research about the situation mainly in the Tunisian and its relationship with the Maghreb and the Sahel?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. The only thing I want to clarify is that I will not talk about the Sahel, but rather Tunisia, the Maghreb, and a little bit the Middle East, because I will mainly talk about the issue of democratization and how to keep democracy alive in, or if it's possible to keep democracy alive in the region. So we're talking about fragmentation, and when we talk about fragmentation in the region, we usually talk about Sunni-Shia divide, conservatives versus progressives, moderates versus radicals, pro-Western versus anti-Western. But there is a division. Speaking about fragmentations, sadly in the Middle East and North Africa, it's always that topic is always around. When we talk about divisions and fragmentations, there is one division that we often neglect when we look at the map of the Middle East and North Africa today, which is the distinction between two main groups, one that we can describe as authoritarian group, and another group that I won't call necessarily a democratic group, but rather a group of fragmented powers. And here, the two groups basically are, one is almost a line that goes from the GCC countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, minus Kuwait, but all the other ones, plus Egypt, plus Eastern Libya. In a way, this group, you can put them in the authoritarian group, or the where we can also add countries such as Syria, although Syria is not aligned on its foreign policy on this group. Then we have the other group, which is, as I said, not necessarily a democratic group, but rather a group of fragmented powers. And here we have Tunisia, of course, but also Morocco, to a certain extent Jordan. We have also Western Libya. We have also Kuwait, Iraq, Lebanon, and the Palestinian Authority. And as I mentioned Algeria, but I think Algeria and Sudan are slowly moving inside this group. We can also talk about Qatar, although Qatar belongs to the first group of authoritarian powers, but on its foreign policy, it's aligned on this second group. There is only one Arab country that I didn't mention, which is Mauritania, although it is of little influence in Arab politics, but Mauritania this summer had a very peaceful transition of power, and it represents an exception. Mauritania is actually on the Saudi Emirati axis on its foreign policy, on the level of its foreign policy. It was led by a semi-military government or regime, but it went through elections, kind of free, kind of fair, and had a peaceful transition of power. And perhaps that's one model that may emerge in the region. Now, as you can guess from the numbers I gave, the group of fragmented powers is actually much bigger than the group of authoritarian regimes. And year after year, this group of fragmented powers is emerging. And it is in this group that we may see the emergence of a democratic model in the region. I will therefore quickly go through 4 examples where evolutions are happening these days, which are Algeria, Sudan, Iraq, and Tunisia. So again, when it comes to Algeria, we see demonstrators of different political orientations opposed to a political/military leadership. Regularly, demonstrations are taking place in Algeria, and that may or may not lead to a peaceful political and democratic transition. I will say that Algeria has a lot of problems, but we see today, after several months of protests, the Algerian military and police is not really repressing these demonstrations. There are a few events, there are a few people who get arrested, but in general, the movement is ongoing, and we didn't see mass repressions in Algeria. The other example is Sudan. There are some similarities with Algeria, but there are mainly differences between Sudan and Algeria. And we see in Sudan the emergence of a government that is formed partly by former demonstrators, partly by politicians and civilian politicians, and partly by armed men. But we see in Sudan, however, although the government actually was announced, and on the contrary of Algeria, there is, we can see clear evolution, and that was celebrated everywhere. But in Sudan, there is no balance of power between the groups forming the current government. Actually, the military still have the upper hand, and when the military will see its prerogatives or privileges threatened, we may see things sliding back to authoritarianism. The third example, which is rather a negative example, is Iraq. Iraq, if you remember, 15 years ago, was perceived especially by American neocons, as the maybe the first democracy in the Arab world, and it was celebrated as the country that will become a model in the region. But we see Iraq today, especially after the recent protests, and that's why I mentioned how Algerian forces responded to their demonstrations. In Iraq, we saw tens of people who died. We saw hundreds of people injured, and therefore, again, among this fragmented power group, we can see that democracy is not always the outcome. However, things can easily slide back. The fourth and last example is Tunisia, which is by far the country faring the best. Of course, Tunisia still has a lot of problems at the economic level, security level. Its youth are disinterested from politics. In the recent elections, less than 10% of the youth participated. But we see the country going through its fourth round of free and fair elections rather peacefully, and things are evolving. So I gave these 4 examples, and here I'm concluding with this part. I gave these 4 examples to say that transition to democracy is possible. However, we see advocates of authoritarianism often supporting their allies in the countries where democracy is emerging. Some of the previous panels mentioned this, and therefore it's a long battle. I think that will continue. And today we're looking at all this region, but we see actually democracy evolving and emerging slowly.
Well, Mr. Giovanni Romani, please, can you tell us, when you present, with your presentation, can you please tell us something about the NATO policy vis-à-vis the Sahel and the Maghreb, especially? Yeah. Because we're supposed to talk about that too.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Actually, my presentation will build a little bit on what Nicola said this morning. I will try to expand on NATO policies, what we're actually doing actively, so what are the cooperation programs, and then I will touch upon Sahel. And I replace Nicola in his previous job. Now I'm responsible for Middle East and North Africa and NATO. So I will, since I'm almost the last panelist, I will help myself with some slides to try to keep you awake. I'll start with this. So NATO has a framework for the South, which is a cross-cutting element of the alliance's posture. And I will mention 4 elements of it. The first, improve NATO's regional understanding and situational awareness and response to crisis, also through the Hub for the South, which we recently established in Naples. Second, improving NATO's preparedness to conduct expeditionary operations. Third, contributing to the stability of the South through regional partnership, and I will expand on this, for example, capacity building activities. And fourth is actually NATO's role in fight against terrorism. And for example, NATO has been part of the coalition against ISIS and has a number of activities actually in supporting partners in training on counterterrorism-related capacities, including Afghanistan, Iraq, and a lot of countries actually in North Africa. So with this, I want to move on. Actually, how do we do this? And we do this through the cooperation programs that NATO has established across the years. So the Mediterranean Dialogue is 25 years old. We have a second cooperation program, which is in the Gulf. It's called the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. And you see in red here the nations that actually belong to the Mediterranean Dialogue. So it's a framework that, despite sustained threats and challenges over 25 years, has actually been very resilient, if you think about it. And an invaluable actually tool to have discussions at 7 with Israel and 6 Arab countries. It's something pretty unique that allows actually NATO ambassador to have this engagement with 7 ambassadors from the region. And actually it's based on 2 pillars. The first is the political dialogue, and the second is practical cooperation. So, and on practical cooperation is actually where I want to expand and give you actually some samples and a glimpse of what NATO is doing. So, here we go. And you see here some of the items that actually we address with individual countries, but actually what I want to do is to give you very concrete examples. So, and the first is with Egypt. And what we've been doing with Egypt is actually helping Egypt with land mine clearing. There are a lot of mines still in the desert, which NATO has been helping with through introduction of new detection technologies, equipping a platoon with mine detectors, and training operators and maintenance engineers. The second example is with Jordan. And with Jordan, actually, we have a lot of activities. I just want to highlight here, for example, service women development and assistance in identifying and eliminating explosive remnants of war in the territory of Jordan. I'll move to another country, which is, didn't work, let's try again, Mauritania. So on Mauritania, we have let's say most of the activities are about ammunition safety. So we help them with building ammunition deposits. They had a number of issues with obsolete ammunition, and actually also we supported them in the destruction of these obsolete and basically ammunition that was no longer usable and was actually pretty dangerous. And then Tunisia. So with Tunisia, we support the countries on counter-terrorism activities and also cyber defense. Cyber was mentioned even before. There are a number of nations that actually are approaching NATO, asking for support for cybersecurity and cyber defense. I will now move to actually NATO EU because other panelists talked about this. There are actually a number of activities that we can coordinate and actually find synergies with the European Union. So for some of them, we are at a good stage. So and those are the ones with the tick. So counter-terrorism, this should be maritime security, hybrid threats. Others which we are actively working, like military mobility, resilience to CBRN, and also promoting women, peace, and security. So Tunisia actually is a very relevant case of NATO-EU cooperation because we do have actually an activity together with the European Union in Tunisia. And we hope to expand this to other countries in the region. Now, let's move to the Sahel, which is actually the main theme of, so sorry, I've been teasing you, but we're getting there. So the first thing I want to show is this. So there are a number of stakeholders in Sahel, and actually what probably is necessary here is more coordination. Now, you can see that there are a number of international organizations, the G5 Sahel, but also the European Union, but also like very important stakeholders from outside, let's say, the European or African region, like Russia, China, and also some countries of the Gulf. Now, if we look at NATO's indirect engagement, basically we do very few things. So we've been helping Mediterranean dialogue partners, and I showed you which ones they are, which are on the periphery of the Sahel, except for Mauritania. And then we've been engaging in staff-to-staff talks with the G5 Sahel Secretariat. We also have a military mission at the African Union. So we have military-to-military cooperation with the African Union. And with this, I'll stop here. I could tell you more about what NATO could be doing, but maybe we'll cover this during your Q&As.
Yeah, I shall come back to you, because I have myself a question to talk about what if NATO has been assessing exactly on the ground, what was the impact of all this cooperation? I have been the figures, I've been the number of people who were trained, etc. Does it have any real impact? Because when you see the situation in Burkina Faso recently, in Mali just 2 weeks ago, and in Niger, and extending all the way, especially now Burkina Faso. So we have the right to question what have we been doing, what you have been doing, what we have been doing as a neighboring countries also. And that concerns also our dear friend, Professor and Ambassador Mahmoud Karim. Tfaddal, you have the floor now. Ambassador, and you will also talk to us about Egypt and the importance of Egypt that can play, or the role of Egypt in the region and its deep involvement in the vicinity, in the neighboring countries.
Ambassador Regio, thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a pleasure to work under your leadership. I'm addressing today a rather sensitive issue that may not be known to many people in this room. We are fighting the same enemy. We are fighting the same ideology. We are colleagues with boots on the ground fighting terrorism, and yet we cannot agree on something so crucial, which is what constitutes terrorism and what is the proper definition of terrorism. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a very big controversy in the diplomatic world, which is the topic of my intervention, and I thought that this would be something new to add to this discussion. There is a conflict, there is a disagreement, there is an altercation between the allies, the people who are fighting the same war. And the war is not over. Funding, ideology, rehabilitation, regeneration, relocation, internet proficiency, healing the wounded I don't know where, arms acquisition and training is still strong. And there remains the doomsday scenario, as I refer to it, which is the possible acquisition of a crude weapon of mass destruction, either chemical, biological, or radiological. But terrorist groups have also moved into an advanced process of smuggling of IEDs, while still increasing their capability of luring youth and children in Europe. Youth brainwashing and the addition of unknown members makes detection for security forces in all our countries very difficult, because these are so-called new additions, and you have no records in your files on what happens or constitutes. But most importantly, the ideology remains strong, and that is the biggest of all threats. Their tactics remain unchanged. Embrace a new member, lure him through well-organized schooling or educational schools, charity organizations, and I underline that, present them with generous social education and health and care services, and these amenities and benefits that are presented by them extend, believe me, from education to finding them new apartments, housing facilities to marry, and even helping them to find a wife. Then comes the process of isolating the suspect from the society, ensuring his full obedience by dichotomizing the world into the righteous we against the infidels, or as Bernard Lewis explained many years ago, Dar al-Harb against Dar al-Silm. Obedience and allegiance are key words, and then graduating the suspect to embrace a strategy of working through clandestine and underground cluster cells, adopting a death culture, and all this happens in a very sinister interpretation of the Quran and the Hadith, which is the narrative that must be addressed. And as I say over here, this is the mother of all root causes of terrorism. And then comes the big problem, the definition of terrorism. Instead of unifying our approach and efforts, especially on the definition of terrorism, we are facing a conceptual dilemma, impeded by the complications of a transnational dispute amongst the key players. And this is very serious. We see it in the United Nations, we see it in conferences, and we see it in many other organizations that are treating the subject involving all the parties. And instead of conducting a successful campaign, ensuring a full cooperation, we are leaving ourselves victims of this conceptual framework that makes our practical job on the ground not easy. To elucidate, let me give you some examples of what we hear in international diplomacy around the world. We have a definitional problem. And when a terrorist attempt occurs, and instead of getting denunciations, and this is what we expect, When you have a village, for example, that has been destroyed and 305 of its men and children, incidentally, this village until today has no men, has no males, has been destroyed, you get very strange examples that are coming from different sources. And you get, well, this is not really a terrorist attack, this is an insurgency. An insurgency, ladies and gentlemen, is a definition that absolves terrorism from their horror attack. Insurgency means a rebellion against an autocratic rule or authority. It carries the implication here that the plight of the perpetrator is just and legitimate, while the state, which is the culprit, is not the victim. The second example, no, this is not terrorism, this is violent extremism. Avoids labeling terror act as terrorists and uses a softer description that absolves them. The third example these are jihadists, which means that they are soldiers of God on a sacred mission, while this is not the case. A pious believer in Islam, when we use the term jihad, we mean that this is a struggle against one's sins and against one's, for example, the holy month of Ramadan, when we abstain from food, we are in a jihad against our desire to eat and many other desires. And the last, which is, this is a popular uprising or an insurrection. And this is one of the most seditious ways of interpreting acts of terror, where violence here is seen as legitimate and defiance of brutality of a government. I am not making up these terms. I am giving you specific examples from what the diplomatic world is seeing today in confronting between delegations and actually in actual negotiation process. And I think this is a very, very serious matter that has to be addressed by the diplomatic world and has to be addressed by the negotiating parties and so on. Yes, there is a primary responsibility of the state. Yes, there is a societal approach that must be upheld, and the state has, in any war against terror, must uphold the principle of human rights in this regard. I don't have time. My last comment very quickly, that we have an edifice, a legal edifice by the Security Council comprising 3 Security Council resolutions. And this edifice has to be respected, and I do not see until today something interesting to put the notions of this legal edifice in action until today. And I remain very surprised when people adhere to these resolutions, and in the same time we hear regional powers say that I promise that I will send all the foreign fighters from Syria to fight elsewhere in the Middle East, and nothing happens in this regard. So please remember that there is a legal edifice in the United Nations that has to be upheld in this regard. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. That was very interesting, but still, we're hungry for the other comments. I will turn back to you about this very last comment you have just made, but in the meantime, I would like to ask our friend Sharif, what about the constraint that you may have noted recently in Tunisia? You were talking about the election in Tunisia, and there was a figure that struck my mind. It was 10% youth contributing. Why is it that they just don't like the fact, the election, or they don't like the politician, or they are just disappointed by past experiences? I mean, recently, because there have been different trends that we have noted in Tunisia. We're talking about fragmented democracy or fragmented system. You have had that one, from Nida Tunis to Tahya Tunis to a different split within the democratic front. Can you?
The answer to why is everything you said, plus the economic problems that the country has been going through for the last 8 years or 9 years, and the lack of foreign and local investments. So Tunisian youth, they don't see a future, they don't see a bright future for them, for themselves in the country. They don't find jobs, but also they see that the politicians, they are debating something that is not that does not respond to their needs.
If you allow me, I will just interrupt you. Do you think that is one of the reasons why Tunisia have had the largest number of jihadists in Syria?
Again, one of the
for a small country.
One of the reasons, but then you will find some people who are quite well off who went to fight in Syria. But one of the reasons is the bad economic situation. So all this made a lot of youth withdrawing from politics, and actually we see the biggest numbers of voters in the recent elections are more than 45 years old. Now, about the fragmented nature of the upcoming parliament, yes, we have a parliament that is formed of different smaller groups, and now there are discussions about what kind of coalitions will emerge. But that's why I mentioned specifically that with all what is happening, it is on a very peaceful note that it is happening. It's at the conflict or the tension is at the level of debates and not of violence, which is something that was channeled over the last few years. And I think this is what you see in other places. I mean, we're in Italy, we know how the parliament is, or in Spain or in Greece. And so it's the major trend, it's a global trend, and Tunisia is actually joining that trend, sadly from the negative side, but it's part of the global trend.
Mr. Giovanni, please, can you give us an idea about your own assessment about the NATO presence, the NATO training, the NATO intervention in the region of the Sahel? I insist on the Sahel because we feel so much concerned about the spillover of the situation from Libya to Mali to southern Algeria to Tunisia to Egypt also that have seen that.
Okay. Let me say from the start that there is no endorsed role for NATO in the Sahel. So basically, the allies have not agreed about what NATO should be doing in the Sahel. I mentioned those three things, which we're already doing. So we have staff-to-staff talks with the Secretariat, but for the moment, there's no additional support from the 29 allies. They haven't agreed to doing anything specific. So we can talk about what NATO could be doing. Consider that out of the Sahel countries, Mauritania has a cooperation program with NATO. That's is part of the Mediterranean dialogue. So NATO supports already Mauritania on a number of training activities. I showed an example on ammunition safety and disposal. But what NATO could be doing, but again, this would imply agreement by NATO nations, which hasn't happened yet. Could help with capacity building, for example. Could help with education and training, or could help on areas of cooperation such as counter ID, improvised explosive devices.
Have you seen any progress in stopping the violence or stopping the terrorist acts that have been multiplying all over the region, in spite of NATO help and assistance, or the other countries, France, Britain, and the coalition formed by France with the G5 and Operation Barkhane and others?
Yes, but what you're talking about are individual countries' engagement, not NATO engagement. So it is difficult for NATO to actually assess the progress because we're not there. There's no NATO mission on the ground. As I said, you know, the only we have maybe
NATO countries are very much involved. They are on the ground.
Yeah, but they are individually, not using NATO as an institution to be involved in the region. And so far, there's no agreement to actually do that. So it's difficult for me as a NATO functionary to give you an answer which comes from NATO as such. But maybe there's a French diplomat here, or might be able to give you the answer.
Yeah. Thank you. Ambassador Karim, would you please go on and talk about the role of Egypt, about stabilizing the region? How do you see it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one notion that should have been mentioned a very long time ago is the fact that all the countries we are speaking of are members of the group of non-aligned. And the group of non-aligned have basic principles that they have been respecting, including the primary responsibility of not allowing foreign troops on non-aligned states. And this is a very important nation. During my years in NATO, I must confess, not in defense of Nicholas, that whenever I raise this point with my NATO counterparts, there was always the argument that we respect that very much and we respect the status of non-aligned of your region, and of course we will never do anything unless it comes.
I was not talking about the troop on the ground, about the role of Egypt. I'm sure that you are very keen about soft power. This is what Egypt can do, or has been doing.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, but I just wanted to say this because it doesn't only entail, I could not speak this morning, and there was a lot of discussion on this issue, so I wanted to clarify this point. And now that you have asked me about Egypt, Egypt until today is a victim of a war in a very small area of northern Sinai, but Egypt is paying a very heavy price, and yet there is a steadfast resolution on part of the Egyptian people and the security forces, be it army or police, to follow up and to conduct this war. There are many challenges in this regard. And yet, first of all, how to safeguard the locals in this area from military operations. There are threats from the Libyan border. This is one of the largest infiltration of weapons. And until today, we do not know how these brand new weapons come into Egypt all the way through from the western border and end up in Sinai. And yet, this is a challenge. And also from the south. And there are also other challenges that Egypt is facing. For example, our legitimate right for gas, and this panel before us showed how ambitious Egypt's program is in terms of energy. And also for the issue of water resources. Egypt is also facing a very difficult situation when we expressed our extreme flexibility to say that countries sharing the water of the Nile have a right for development, have a right for use, have a right for economic development, and so on, but not at the expense of others. And there must be a political dialogue and a common understanding because we are sharing the same water resources. So, yet, amidst all these challenges, and in the past very little time, and if you visit Egypt, you will see a great deal of progress that has happened. Economic indicators are doing much well. Let me just tell you before I conclude that I landed in Rome airport and I saw something that made me very happy. I was exchanging some money into euros and I saw the Egyptian pound on the panel. I had never seen this for 25 years. I have never seen the Egyptian pound come up to be displayed in Rome airport. So something is right that is happening in my country and we need your support.
Well, thank you for this very positive note. Now I would like to invite the public for a question, and we have some 15 minutes for question and answer. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I am Federico Leonid, some time ago, I was in charge.
The mic. Microphone.
Okay, you hear me now? Yes. I am Federico Yaniz, retired general of the Spanish Air Force. Some time ago, I was in charge of the military aspect of the cooperation with Mediterranean dialogue countries. And of course, it is right what the representative of NATO headquarters said, that we don't have troops on the field. But it doesn't mean that we don't have military cooperation with the countries of the Mediterranean dialogue. In fact, I personally was in Egypt in conversations with the chief of the staff of the Egyptian Air Forces at the time, in Tunisia, in Algeria, in Jordania, and also almost all the countries belonging. And military people from those countries are attending NATO schools in Oberammergau, in Rome, and there are many activities we were, and I suppose they are also doing now, trying to explain them about the democratic control, the civilian supremacy in the countries, and trying to tell them our values in the military side. So there is a very significant cooperation with them. It doesn't mean that we maintain operations. And also speaking about operations, in Mali, in the Operation Barkhane, it's not only France, Spain has a very significant contribution to that operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Would you like to make some comment, or is it okay? So, any other question in Tfaddal, please?
Thank you, Basir Rayat, Crisis Management Specialist. So my first question is a Tunisian professor. Typically, the suicide bombers' parents, attackers, terrorists, and so forth, tend to say that their children in depression or that they have been brainwashed, they have been duped, and so forth. And this is almost like a blanket answer given by all of them. So in your perspective, is that like an excuse, or are people realizing that they should have more accountability? I want to get into the parents' mind. Next question is to Colonel Giovanni. So you had the role as a naval officer, but now you are in the policy planning and policy making. As a naval officer, how can we combat human traffickers? And to Ambassador Karim, I would like to thank in highlighting all the important aspects of counterterrorism, and I must emphasize the sophistication of terrorists. Before the declaration of ISIS, there has been a lot of instances of reconnaissance for the purposes of the target acquisition, and they are basically only an expert I can notice as opposed to a regular citizen. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding ISIS, I think there is one thing I need to say to start with. Tunisia today, you can visit Tunisia and do your field research. It will be completely free. It's almost everyone can do research without fearing anything, including on such sensitive issues. And I say this because there are thousands of articles and dozens of books that were written on the topic, including the issue of the parents. Yes, most of them cannot recognize that they failed in raising their children and cannot recognize the mistakes they made. And that's part of the reason why some of these children end up joining extremist groups, so terrorist groups. But there are also the economic issues that we just mentioned. And there are also the fact that, and this is something you can copy-paste in all the Arab world, under dictatorship, as a citizen, you don't belong to the state. You don't feel you're a citizen. The state claims that you're a citizen, but in fact you're not. You're just a subject. And this was the case for many Tunisians, and as I said, you can copy-paste this in all the Arab world. And many Tunisians before 2011, they didn't feel any belonging to the state. Comes the revolution, comes the ISIS and all its ideologies, and that was attractive for many. So many joined, and thinking that that's paradise and that's the best place they can and the place they feel belonging to, and that explains these big numbers. And just very quickly, these big yes, Tunisians per capita, that's the highest number. But again, in Tunisia, the Tunisian state recognizes how many Tunisians went, which is not the case in the rest of the Arab world.
I have a question here. Oh no, maybe you would like.
Question.
Sorry,
I have a question.
It's working. But if you want to ask your question first, please.
Is that okay? My name is Jian Ben Kader. I am originally from Tunisia, but I'm an American citizen as well, from NYU in New York International Affairs Department. My question is for Mr. Youssef Sharif. How do you see the security of Tunisia in the next, let's say, 5 years? While there's the presence of some new deputies that there will be in the parliament of Tunisia, who are classified currently as terrorists in the world, in Canada, and they were expelled from Canada and France, and now there will be deputies in the parliament of Tunisia. Adding to that, this is not the only deputy that will be in the parliament. There are other deputies, and I can mention they're from the party of Al-Karama, Mr. Makhlouf, and others, of course, from Nahda, who they don't believe in the state, the concept of state. And these are the people we watched all the time in TV, the national TV of Tunisia. Their language was full of hate and encouraging people to believe in al-Ummah al-Islamiyya, not in the Tunisian state. So, in my opinion, I think this will have a very, very dangerous impact on the security of Tunisia, as well as North Africa. So, in just 2 words, what do you think of that? And how you see security in the next years? Thank you.
Oh, want me to go first? Okay. My microphone works, so maybe. So, first of all, mi general, muchas gracias, because you helped me actually spend beyond the 7 minutes what I could actually say about NATO's contribution. And of course, there are a number of NATO nations that do a lot of things with Mediterranean dialogue countries and beyond. Actually, that is one of the reasons why we set up this hub for the South. And actually, what they're doing in Naples is trying to map all these activities of all the nations so that they can facilitate your coordination together with what NATO is doing, because there's a need for that. And to answer your question, yes, I've been in the Navy 21 years, and I've been at sea, actually doing those kind of operations for a while. There's from a Navy officer point of view, we're only addressing defects, basically, and there's very little a Navy can do about it. And also, I would argue, there's very little NATO as such can do about it when we go and train, for example, the Coast Guards or maybe the military forces, unless we address the root causes that generate this kind of human trafficking and other things that we talked about all day. So, and unfortunately, governance and socioeconomic development are at the basis of this. And addressing those issues is not so much in the NATO toolbox. That is why the NATO toolbox actually is there to contribute to a broader effort in which a number of international organizations and nations can actually do something. And we're more focused on security and defense. And at times we can help, but again, the toolbox is limited.
Thank you. Professor Sharif?
Yeah, the Tunisian parliament is actually composed of 217 people. So some of these are the ones you mentioned. Actually, one of them is kind of accused of the one you mentioned, but he was accused of terrorism and he was expelled from Canada, I think, but not arrested in Canada and liberated in Tunisia. But some of them are quite radical, especially the coalition that you mentioned, the Karama, and we will have to deal with them in the next 5 years. And they, in a way, they are kind of, the parliament is kind of representative of the Tunisian population. So you have this minority that we mentioned. Some of them, by the end of the day, went to Syria. So there is this minority, but once again, they are doing things in a peaceful manner. But the parliament, as I said, 217 people, so they do not represent the majority. And the other thing, the Tunisian system has its checks and balances. So speaking about the security, there is the military, there is the security sector, there is civil society, there is the media. So all these people, they will be here, but then they will be surrounded by a lot of checks and balances because of how the Tunisian system works. And I would say that the security of Tunisia would not necessarily be impacted by their arrival in parliament. They will say, they talk a lot, but I don't think they have maybe they want to do things, but I don't think they have the power to do things. However, the security of Tunisia will be very much impacted by developments in Algeria, developments in Libya, and by the very young population that is not even represented by these people, and the very young population that is not participating in public affairs in the country. And so one of the biggest priorities of the 5 years is actually to engage the younger population and make them part of the political game.
I would like to answer, Ambassador. But I would have just later on to add a comment to the young lady that talked about the Maghreb issue and as if it were just one single country. You have to take into account the specificity of what's going on in the Maghreb and make a big difference just especially now talking about Algeria. You mentioned Algeria too. So I must tell you something maybe unusual about Algeria, what's going on for the past 7 months, that 33 weeks of millions of people in the street, not one single person being hurt. And you have demonstrations that are protected by the security forces and the army. And if you want more details, I can talk to you later on. I don't want to monopolize the mic. Please go ahead, Ambassador. Sorry.
I want to add to what the lady just mentioned. I'm sorry I didn't hear your name. I apologize. But you said something extremely... thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mention Algeria. It's true. I mentioned the North Africa. But the three countries, Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria, they're interconnected, their affairs and their security. Our security depends on Libya and Algeria and vice versa. So if things are bad in Tunisia, things will go bad in Libya and Algeria as well. And the reason why Algeria is still standing on its feet so far is because Tunisia has been doing lots of work the last 8-9 years since what you call the Arab Spring, which is not an Arab Spring. It's this destruction. So thank you very much.
I don't want to monopolize the dialogue with you, but if you want to know the reality, I can talk to you later on. Because if Tunisia is on its feet, because of Algeria has been there, supporting and ensuring the security of the border, training the police, training the military, and also helping economically Tunisia for a long time. Since 2011, I can give you all the figures, madam.
Once again, you said something very important, and I want to build up on it. After the so-called Arab Spring, there was a great deal of belief in the program of political Islam and what it can accomplish in our region. And you are nodding yes. Unfortunately, we discovered, and the classic case, the strongest case to discover that is Egypt. Why? Because Egypt is a core country, not a periphery. We can argue hypothetically, you and I, that the core Muslim Brotherhood, for example, in Egypt, are more adamant than the periphery Muslim brothers in Northern Africa and so on. And we can enter into a conceptual debate, as you say. But the fact is that the experiment that the Egyptian people went through after the Arab Spring and the takeover of the Muslim Brotherhood and the election of a president with a very slim majority at the time revealed to us extremely important things. You mentioned some of them. Let me add a few others. First of all, which is more important? Is it the nation state or the group? For them, no, the group. The group is the most important. There is no nation state. As you mentioned, there is the Khilafah, there is the Ummah, and so on. And therefore, if you have an Ummah, you can very easily have an Afghani rule Algeria, for example. You don't have to be an Algerian to rule Algeria. The second point, taqiyya. What is taqiyya in their conceptual thinking? Is the legitimacy of lying in order to anchor, in order to strengthen yourself and so on. And that is the biggest danger in Western societies. Because you have time bombs in your societies who are people who are claiming that they are part of you and so on, and in reality they are not. Taqiyya is there and present. And therefore, if you ask any one of them, who is your member, let's say, for example, in Alexandria, secrecy. In any democracy, if you have a political party and you want to know the members of that political party in any part of the several governorates that you are working with, they won't tell you. This is a secret. What are the sources of your funding? They will not tell you. So when some people are saying inclusion, I tell them that please do not speak of inclusion unless these people also change and play the game in accordance with the principles of democracy.
Well, thank you so much. Any other question in the public? Because, sorry, I didn't forget you.
I wanted to make a very short comment about, the presence of, let's say, extremist parties. In Italy, we had an excellent example immediately after the World War. We had a neo-fascist party. It was a minority, but it was managed by the system. So it's not impossible. It depends, from the cuisine of every country. But, there were barely, you know, feigning to be democratic. They were in parliament, they were respected for that. We had a long period of tension, as you know, 20 years of terrorism, but it was manageable. This is, you know, what the Italian experience can tell you with all the nuances that Italians know very well. The question was, to the panelists, how do you think the problem of, I put it, you know, in a less diplomatic way, recycling jihadists around war theaters in the Middle East can be effectively tackled? Because, as you know, there are good fighters and less good fighters, and the good fighters end up in other places, but I don't know if they're really so good. Thank you.
Would you like to answer, Ambassador?
Well, I never disagree with him.
Very tricky question. Well, about recycling jihadists, I don't think there was any success story about it, unless what we call jihadists, what we have had in Algeria, but it was not recycling, it was reconciliation plus pardon, etc., etc. Maybe His Excellency, the Minister, would like to answer. Abu Ghraib.
I wouldn't answer, but I have a very brief comment on the word jihadi or gihadi, because in Egypt, for the last 6-7 years, they do not ever call them jihadis, because by calling them jihadis or gihadis, you give them credit, and you shouldn't be calling them jihadis. You have to call them takfiris, and the takfiri is someone who denies that you are a faithful. So that is a tricky name, and sadly, the West, without enough knowledge, kept recycling and repeating the word jihadi and giving them credence.
That yes, was the title of my presentation. Unfortunately.
تفضل Minister Jibril. تفضل.
I just want to say, you know, if you want to look at this political Islam today and its political activities, it takes us back to the huge conflict and a huge dispute of two schools of thought. It's Ibn Rushd on one side, and it's Ibn Taymiyyah on the other side. For us to fight effectively those terrorist groups, we have to provide a new interpretation of religion. That's why Ibn Rushd has to be called back. You have to fight them by weapons, no doubt about it. I disagree with that. But you have to give a different model of religion. Two, you have to be careful that we are raising Daesh and Al-Qaeda in our homes without knowing it, because those little kids are exposed to a very huge dose of violence every day. They see it day and night in the 5 countries which been exposed to those uprisings. So maybe some preventive measures to guard against future terrorism. We have to take care of those kids, present them with a different dose of media, different dose of TV programs. I dare to present a proposition once to some businessmen in the Arab world. For the sake of your own children, let us come up with a TV channel directed to the Arab child, giving him a completely different dose just to immunize him against this violence. Unfortunately, not a single penny was donated, for that cause.
Well, I think.
I would like to add something to the discussion. It was mentioned this morning briefly by Ahmad, my friend, the issue of intergovernmental cooperation. You know, I remember when I was a young diplomat in the Italian Foreign Ministry, and dealing also with Arab countries. I remember that there was the project of Inter-Maghreb railway and highway, and then there was a lot of discussion, and also, I mean, inside European Union at the time, because that was I was doing, how to help Maghreb, especially but the Arab region in general, to achieve more of a regional cooperation. So, you know, as an outsider, and then I also changed a little bit my interest, I don't know much of what is happening in this regard. So I would be very much encouraged if you could add something to that in a way or in another, because I think this is an important dimension, which is not really very usually, how can I say, mentioned during this kind of conferences.
Well, if I answer, you will be discouraged and not encouraged. I mean, just quickly about this. I mean, I think we are in a moment of deep transition. You look at at North Africa today. Libya, the head of state, we don't know exactly who is the head of state, and the country is a bit fragmented. Tunisia, intermediary president. Same thing in Algeria. In Morocco, the king is, I mean, there are issues related to his health. So all in all, we have this situation in North Africa that is not very encouraging for cooperation. However, among the youth of North Africa, maybe there will be things in 10 years from now. But again, these youth who are quite disconnected from the politics of the region.
Very quickly.
Fadal.
This is all what we were doing, Ambassador Rizzo, under your leadership in the Mediterranean dialogue. When we were discussing all these venues of cooperation, and the father of the resurrection of the Mediterranean dialogue is Minister Abulghaiti, sitting there with the first dinner that happened in 2004. And then things started to move forward and spill forward. I am very sorry that this dialogue at a very high level is not yet active.
If I may add something on a positive note, there have been a lot of cooperation in the Maghreb countries. You were mentioning Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, and Morocco. But you have to attend the 5+5 defense initiative. You find them all there. No, not only security. When they tackle fighting against the desert locust, or fighting against fire, or fighting against people lost in the high seas, there is a very strong cooperation. And this is, for me, at least something positive that it's going on. Not only about security, which is absolutely normal and going on, but the 5+5 defense have been even tackling the issue of illegal migration, the issue of borders. So it's not that negative. I think the colleague here from Tunisia or Morocco, Libya will support that idea that we can do better.
Yeah,
and
we can do
there
better.
have been recently, I think, meetings in New York on the margin of the General Assembly talking about launching again or reactivating the Maghreb Union countries for better cooperation and for the best for all. Thank you, Ambassador. So I think we have finished our panel. We expect His Excellency the Minister for the closing remark. At 7? No, I was told 20 to 7. Yeah, which is 6:45. You can go on.
May I ask a very quick one? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
It is a quarter to 7.
A quarter to 7. Yeah. Quelqu'un a pris le micro, par contre.
May,
Yes.
I already asked.
Is it? Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I have to express my deep appreciation and thanks to Ambassador Rizzo for venturing to invite me for the second time. Yesterday we had a session. I didn't know that, I thought that it would start at 7. And then I was preparing myself for a 45 minutes discussion. Then he said, no, 15 minutes. And we haggled. And I thought that then, as a Mediterranean, Middle Eastern coming from a bazaar, it will be 25 minutes. And now I'm told that it has to be at ending at 7. So I will end hopefully at 7. Though the subject is extensive, but I'm a very kind person. I know that you started at 1:30 or 1, so it has been a lengthy afternoon, and I will allow you to leave at, say, 7:15 or 7:10, if I may. Now, the title, Arab Geopolitics After the Caliphate. Yes, the Caliphate as a territorial project has come to an end. But the Caliphate, as everybody has been saying all along this afternoon, is there in the minds of so many of the millions of people who have been raised in a manner, first, to hate the West and to hate their own governments, and they want not only to change their own governments, and that is addressed to you as Italians, they want to Islamicize you, more or less. I read books and articles, and they say, well, in UK, we hope that in 50 years, the majority would be Muslims. I'm not of that school, but it's a fact that if we do not confront Daesh, Al-Qaeda, and the parent for all of them, and you have to understand and to know that the parent, the legitimate parent, is the Muslim Brothers. And that is also a fact, the Muslim Brothers. Now, I have few points to make. The first point, or I have 5-6 points on the geopolitical environment where today we live in the Middle East and in the Arab world after the disaster of 2011. I do not call it the spring. I call it the disaster. Why is it the disaster? Because Arab economies lost between $800 to $900 billion. In Syria alone, 500,000 lost their lives. We have in the Arab world 17 million refugees and displaced. So what else is a disaster if that is not a disaster? That does not mean that change was needed. And change is needed today, but not through this way. Not through what one of my colleagues keeps saying, the political social engineering of the Middle East. A political social engineering has been tried blindly without knowledge of the ramifications and the consequences of what had happened. And the result is a sad story. But
We are still living in the aftermath of 2011, and I think it will last with us, sadly, a generation or two. Sadly. And you will notice that I'm really very spirited when I speak about 2011, because I have seen my region and my country almost in shambles. I live in the Delta. In 2011, I couldn't venture out of my apartment. And if I think of going out, I would have a pistol in my pocket. Why is it so? Because they would stop me and drag me out of my car, as they did with many thousands of Egyptians, and Mahmoud Karim is sitting and nodding. Yes. So it was insecurity, full insecurity. Anyhow, we live in that, and we will be living in that spring for 2 decades or 2 generations to come. There hasn't been a new order. There hasn't been a new Arab order or a new Middle Eastern order that, like people thought that it might emerge. There has been lots of the Helsinki process. There has been lots about Westphalia. Today, a certain gentleman addressed the young lady here, and said, why don't you organize an OSCE arrangement? Well, it cannot be done. It was done in 1975 because then the Cold War was coming to an end. Then there was 30 years after the ending of the Second World War, as well as there is Israel, and there is the hostility between Arab states and Israel. And how would you allow Israel to be part and parcel like East and West Europe after 1975? It won't work before a settlement for the Palestinian question. A gentleman today says he feels that after visiting the West Bank, that the feelings of the Palestinians are very hard against the Israelis. They are occupiers. They are usurping their lands. They are taking away their lands. They are penalizing them every moment of the day. So their feelings have to be strong. It is only natural. If you were subjected to that kind of treatment, God forbid, you will feel the same. I want to say also that in the aftermath of this chaos, thank God that the nation state lives. And the feelings of belonging to a nation state lives, whether in Syria, in Iraq, and even in Libya. In Libya, with that fragmentation, you will see that Libyans themselves, you are amongst them, you were the prime minister of Libya, you all seek a united Libya anew, a nation state. So the nation state lives, though has been tremendously weakened. The heart of the Arab world, al-Mashriq, also major states have been weakened. The Arab League itself, the organization that I had, has been weakened because of the divisions, of what had happened, as if it was done by design. As if it was done by design. Of course, there is no mind so elaborate in thinking and deep in planning to perceive the possibility of such weakening everywhere, but there was also a design, and I challenge anybody to say no after having read Condoleezza Rice's book, No Higher Honor, and the former defense minister duty. And both of them, they speak about, and Hillary Clinton even. So, the region is subject to militias, to terrorist groups, and they will sadly last with us for an extended period of time. I do not perceive for how long, but they have to be defeated. They have to be defeated. And there, it is not only the national armies, and thank God, as an Egyptian, we have a great army defending a great old country. We have mainly three regional problems. Libya, and I was in the United Nations General Assembly, the 74th General Assembly. I attended a week, and there are people talking about opportunities, possibilities, possible breakthroughs, and a sense of optimism. Libya is not moving, and it might not move soon, sadly. Yemen is a major problem that would find its settlement in the Iranian issue. If we would settle the Iranian behavior, then consequently Yemen would be settled. Comes Syria. Before coming to have this talk with you, I see on BBC that Turkey has started the operation and the invasion. Something that would complicate beyond anything the possibilities of Syria, despite the fact that when we were in New York on the 20th and the 21st of September, they have agreed on the composition of the constitutional committee. And everybody was saying, well, it will. So, I'm driving at claiming that we might have a standstill situation in relation to the three problems. Very sad reporting, but this is the way I see it. I might be mistaken. The issue of the intervention of the neighboring states, Iran and Turkey. Iran and Turkey are intervening, thinking that they are defending their own interest. Again, the sad thing is that they are intervening in other people's affairs and other people's territories. And that is a very dangerous act that might lead to hostility and enmity in the region, again for a generation or two to come. A very gloomy reporting. An issue related to all of what is happening, the fragmentation, the revolutionaries, the springs, the chaos, is the demographic development. 70% of the population of the region today is below the age of 30. 30. They need jobs. They need to marry, to have their families, to enjoy life. And the region cannot offer. It is a poor region. It is a poor region. I fly over the Horn of Africa, going to Djibouti, passing by Somalia. Desert, rocks. It is a poor region. Egypt, despite the fertility of the land, the Egyptian, 100 million people, living on 5% of the land, relying on one river, whereby Ethiopia is trying now to deny them water. The Egyptians get 50 billion cubic meters a year from the Nile. The Ethiopians decided to build a dam to deny the Egyptians between 15 to 20 billion cubic meters a year for 4 or 5 years. Then they will die, or they will go to war. That is something that you have to focus on. Especially Italy, with the responsibilities of Italy vis-à-vis the Horn of Africa and the relationship between Egypt and Italy. Be careful. I'm warning. There is something wrong happening when it comes to not only demographic, but also water. And it is not limited to Egypt. In Palestine, the Israelis are taking all the water for themselves. Not only Palestine, but Iraq too lost 30% of the 2 rivers because of the Turkish action. Syria too. So be aware of the ramifications of what had happened in 2011. As I was foreign minister, I saw possibly 15, 20 European Western foreign ministers coming to visit Cairo, going to Tahrir Square, spoke to them, told them, be careful. It is the fundamentalist who would take over. And if it is a fundamentalist, you will pay a price. Be careful. I'm not defending my position, because today I'm 77 years old. At the time I was 69, coming to the end of my career. And I made a career. I was foreign minister. I was permanent representative to the United Nations. I was ambassador to this beautiful, great country called the Roman Empire, Italy. The great Italy. You should be proud of yourself, and that is out of you should be proud of yourselves as Italian, a great country with a great people. But what should be done? And I will conclude in 5 minutes or 3 minutes. What should be done? First, please stop interfering politically, applying social and political engineering. Be careful. That is 1. 2, the neighbors should bring to an end their actions. I understand, often I try to understand Turkish political and military behavior. Often I try to do it. However, the options Turkey took and adopted in 2011 led directly to what Turkey is facing today. They should have been careful. Iran is a revolution, claiming to be a revolution since '79, and exporting their revolution, and has been trying its best to create situations starting from 2006 and 2008-9 in Lebanon with Hezbollah and in Gaza through Hamas. So it has to come to an end, or at least we have to find a modus operandi with those who are intervening as neighbors in the region. In order to do this, the Palestinian settlement has to be concluded. The problem is, you think that Palestine is being put aside, or the Israelis are claiming that, no, we are establishing relations with the Arab countries, with Gulf countries, and they will forget about Palestine. And I insist, looking into your faces, that no Arab will forget about Palestine ever, 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 ever. Really and truly. So settle the Palestinian question. The Palestinians are angry. Yes, they are angry. And they have feelings of what you call it, of course. They have been denied a state, citizenhood, land, and water. Their children are not allowed to even go to schools, and they are taught at home. Bear with us, please. Palestine, a state. And they are not asking for much. They are asking only for the 20% remaining of historical Palestine that was under the British mandate between the river and the Mediterranean. We have to confront terrorism, and there the sky is the limit for cooperation between Arab nation state and whatever European or Western or what have you. Economic, a Marshall Plan has to be provided, and there Mahmoud Bey, the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, said that I offered Gaddafi, and he said no. It has to be repeated. A 50 billion, 100 billion project to the poor Arab country that was subject to the political social engineering. A final issue, the world of Islam. There is, and there has been since 1928, a race between the fundamentalist, the extremist Muslim brother and the nation state to capture the mosque. The mosque is the church for 1.5 billion Catholics. There are 1.5 billion Muslims. I am a Muslim. I wear a tie. And my wife doesn't cover her head. The ambassador of the Arab League doesn't cover her head. That is a choice. Amina doesn't cover her head. Maryam doesn't cover her head. And many others. You do not cover your head. So we have to work on reforming the message, the teachings. I often venture in a bold statement, and I was about to say, then I was kind of hesitant. not to be subject to criticism. The Muslim world today is passing through times where it might be needing a Muslim Martin Luther to reform. And he shouldn't be, that reform will never come from the Islamic Cooperation Organization. No, no. It will come from Al-Azhar, the core of Islam. To end is, please, please, I appeal to all of you, before taking issue and discussing and reaching conclusions and hating or loving, try to go deeper and to understand what is it all about in the region. The region has been subject since 1947 to a great, great injustice. Palestine. Settle Palestine. And do not forget about Palestine. Whatever you're told, well, it came to an end. There are 7 million Palestinians living in Palestine, between Israel and Palestine, and there are 7 million Israelis. Would you like to have 2 states or 1 state where we are all equals? I leave this idea for you to reflect. Thank you very much.